Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, January the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So in the main room, you guys can hear me, see my screen. Somebody in YouTube, if you can do me the honors of letting me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Anybody who is in YouTube right now, thank you. So before we get rolling here, we have some obviously some massive flyers, SPHL, etc. The AUID. Take a look at silver, guys. So will this be another day in which we have a nice recovery in a lot of the silver stocks? So silver's getting beaten up a bit, down 5.4%. We've seen this a few days where silver has a pretty big decline, and then during the day, a lot of the silver stocks rally. So I'd be first of all, I'd have SLV maybe on a thumbnail chart so you can track what it's doing, and then maybe put AG or HYMC as another thumbnail chart just to check to see if silver starts to move. Those two will probably start to move also. Thank you, Pepe. That's what I'm going to do anyway. SPHL strategic partnership with Jiangsu's GSO New Energy Technology. Big move. Uh, Nothing in the float, 420,000 in the float. So just a minuscule float causing this pop on that news. You know, it's funny. There are shares, there are shares available for me. 1.8 or 1,800 shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. AUID. Yeah, nice call, Obi. It did take out two and announces integration with ServiceNow to deliver secure, frictionless identity verification and authentication for contact centers. So that is your news for AUID. Pretty low float, 15 million, not crazy low, but it is low. Speaking about crazy low floats and ANPA, ANPA, did you guys, probably some of you have seen this one this morning, another all-time high. I love how this is announced. A press release. Rich Sparkle shockingly announces. So anyway, this is ANPA. Very low float. 1 point. Look at that. 11,000 shares. It's up $16 or 16%. 1.4 million in the float. 1.7 million in the float. Just had to draw that to your attention. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Thank goodness. Now, is this still up? Yeah, Bonk. I guess it's another altcoin token, whatever. BNKK. And this is now 10x is only listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange, TSX. Only listed there, not on US. This is not 10x. If you type it in, it's not 10x. But anyway, acquiring 219.7 billion Bonk tokens. So they must be worth hardly anything. But Bonk is up, BNKK. Another low float, 5 million in the float. Riley had a great move after hours yesterday on earnings, and it's maintained. Yeah, look at that move. They released earnings after hours. The mauve area, my chart, that is the after hour action, and it's maintained. And this is and it's not basically, it is an earnings play. RILY. What have I written down here? Is it CR? Can't read my writing this morning. It's up on preliminary numbers. Now, do I see it here? Maybe it's dropped off the top 15. All right. AEVA. AEVA was up also. Okay, and it's still holding. It's still holding. Develops semiconductor optical amplifier for AI data centers supporting co-packaged optic architecture, LiDAR applications, etc. So that is the news for AEVA. And that's when I look left on it, there's a little bit of room on a weekly chart, about a dollar. Looks like the next high is around 23.63 on the weekly chart. No, it's not CJMB. I do see it's not CJMB. That was sort of next on my list, trading higher after the company announced it signed a strategic teaming agreement with Biostacks. Okay. Well, I'm going to take a shot at it. See, crazy. Ah, QMCO, not C. So it's QMCO. It's not there anymore. It was in the top. Actually, it wasn't. So QMCO. This is not an earnings play technically, but it's they released preliminary earnings. Okay. Well, I can't help you there. I mean, Hoofer, if SPHL is not appearing on your scan, it must be something blocking it. Don't know what. I'd have to see it. You can't give me your link in YouTube. So it's hard for me to know why it's not showing up. Are others showing up? Make sure you don't have the. And I have very few filters here. It has to be up at least 3% from yesterday's close. Has to be at least a dollar and only 10,000 shares. So why it's not showing up, it's hard for me to know. But is anything else showing up? Just want to make sure you're not using the relative volume filter in the pre-market. Now this was one I was sort of thinking it was, but it wasn't. CMCL. So they've done a financing. Couldn't quite tell. 125 million convertible senior notes, etc. I couldn't quite tell. The price. So you'd have to come into the main room. Well, if you're looking at mine, I mean, you can see it's front and center. So I have no idea why it's not showing up. Hoover, it's the top one. It's got to be some. It's got to be some filter that maybe you've added that's blocking it. I don't know. I mean, it's really hard for me to know. I'm talking to a Hoofer in our YouTube room saying SPHL is not showing up. You'd have to come in. You'd literally have to come into the main room and give me the link. RFIL, guys, RFIL. Yeah, there you are. RFIL. This is an earnings play. So RFIL is an earnings play. We started raised at 1025 by Riley. So this is an earnings play. So this popped up on earnings. Yeah, but it's strange that it would not be showing up, Hoofer. Very, very strange. Um, are you sure that you don't have this is a China stock. I'm sorry, Singapore, okay? Are you sure that you don't have, check this, okay? You have I used to have the earnings per share, EPS, okay? I used to add it. Let me just do that. Just out of curiosity, I want to see if it disappears. That's the reason. Okay, that's the reason. So sometimes when the EPS is a hack to keep out things like ETFs, non-stocks. Okay, but sometimes for whatever reason it picks on China and so some of the foreign stocks. We noticed that was in. That's the answer. That's the answer. Okay, I used to have this. but I got rid of it because it was blocking some of the stocks from China and Singapore and Israel. So just get rid of that, and it'll come back. Okay, the EPS. Okay, that'll do it for sure, 100%. You can see it's come back. And you generally don't have to worry about ETFs in the pre-market anyway. I mean, I've only got the top 15 here, stocks. Generally, you're not going to see an ETF that's, up. I mean, silver being down 5% is huge, but it'll generally not make it into the top 15. Does that make sense? Just get rid of the earnings per share. Just delete it. Yeah, no insurance available for me at Interactive Brokers. Talking about the AUID. Okay, guys, I'm not seeing. Just looking to see if anything else. There's OCUL down here. It's pretty good, I mean, this has had a great day yesterday. Actually, a great day yesterday. I recall seeing it at the end of the day, and look what it did. It closed near the high of the day, and it's broken through again. OCUL. Oh, I see. So they're reporting Sanofi preparing a revised bid for Ocular. Hmm. So Hoofer, did you understand what I did? Was taking out the ETF. I'm sorry, the EPS. Just get rid of that filter. AXTI guys, I remember I took this one. I was thinking of swinging this one. I didn't do it. Symbol linking by colors. I don't use. If you're talking about this, just give me a moment, okay? I just want to check something. So, okay, I know you're talking about the symbol linking, okay? So link to all, okay, green, red, gold. I mean, in theory, that means that you can take, if this is what you're talking about, I don't use this at all. So I'm sort of flying blind right now, okay? But I could take a chart and call it the green one, and a chart, another one, a red one. So when I click, okay, that's basically, well, okay. if you just want if you just want these timeframes to update, you just have to make sure the symbol linking is checked. Never mind the colors. Okay, I don't think most people use the different colors. I know. Okay, I don't think most people use the different colors. Okay, they just have link to all. Okay, and that's it. You could, in theory, you could create a couple of green charts, a couple of red charts that will link together, things like that. I don't do it. I guess we have four different colors. Other Most people, I would say 99.9% of the people just say link to all. And then you either have symbol linking checked or unchecked. So that's why when I click on CJMD or CJMB, all these timeframes change, but my SPY chart doesn't. Okay. Yeah. So that's how you do it. Okay. Make sure that you have link to all. That's the default. That is actually the default. I think rarely do people change the colors. Okay. All right, guy. 9:16. So just getting close to getting my 9:30 layout up and running. Okay, Vito. That makes sense. There you go. So Ken does. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could have an individual scan, and when you click on it, only you know, only certain charts will change. If you assign the color to the chart. I just have never ever done it. All right, guys, let's see AUID now underneath two. Let's see if it holds that two level. The next high looking left is 229. What did it get to? Actually, it popped way above it. Interesting. So SPHL is now pulling back. It's pulled back from. It's a big pullback, obviously. 12 down to 7. Still 1,800 shares available. Interactive brokers to short. Okay, now let's see what happened with silver. Okay, look at the pop on HYMC. Let's take a look at silver, and there's a move. So you can see. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get the same type of action. If silver is going to recover, but if it does, if you start to see silver recovering, take a look at AG, the stock, and also HYMC. Would have those two. You can see they're just obviously just tracking silver. Thank you. Amen. So Sanofi, Tricolor, Fluence. Let's take a look at Fluence, FLNC. All right, guys, I'm getting close to getting my layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. MTVA, what's happening with this one? MTVA. I mean, are you kidding me? This is the non. This is why I always laugh at Wainwright. Now, this was on the 6th. Granted, this was on January the 6th, but we're only talking what 2.5 weeks ago. So on January 6th, Wainwright raised the price to $40 from 12. Okay, so this stock is sitting at 383. That was on January the 6th. I'm just looking to see if there's any headline on this one today. I don't see any reason. I don't see a big reason for this massive move down, 28% down. I mean, the low float, 530,000. You're going to have some wild action, but that I don't. Usually, you'd see some sort of news, but I see no news. I don't know if anybody else can find anything on MTVA. First of all, what are they? So they're not. It's not a bio. Well, it is a bio, clinical stage biotech company. So I don't know if don't know what's going on with that one. We can look for a bounce. Oh, of course, PJ. But I always laugh because it's always Wainwright coming out with these what I would call ridiculous price targets on some of these. Okay, guys, I'm going to get my 9:30 layout up and running. So give me a moment as I first of all save my layout. Okay, give me a moment as I just arrange these charts and windows, etc., all the way to the bottom here. Okay, so these are the top six from that other list I had. Okay, these are the top six. I think we've talked about them all. SPHL, CJMD, the Blanc, Riley, and CGTL. So we've talked about them all. Look at Galaxy on the move here, guys. Galaxy's on the move. GLXY. This was it had a great day yesterday. Actually, it's had, I would call it 3 good days. Okay. I call a good day a stock that moved up and closed near the high of the day. And look at this. Yesterday, it closed right at the high of the day. You can see that. You can see my the daily chart. You see a little jutting to the right. That means it closed. That's where it closed. So you can see it closed right at the high of the day, almost at the high of the day before, and almost at the high of the day before that. So 3 great days for GLXY. And news today, I have no idea what an ERCOT connection study is. But anyway, there's your news for it today. Not shortable for me. BNKK, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It just completely gives it up. If you're in Canada, I don't trade. I'm Canadian, but I don't trade Canadian stocks. This is oh, shoot. Yeah. So I don't trade Canadian stocks, but this is this company that bought or is acquiring tokens or whatever. Strategic partner, TSX. So it's trades on it's so it's TNX. It is TNX on the Venture Exchange. Okay, that used to be the old Vancouver Exchange. The Galaxy's continuing to move here, guys. GLXY. And the next high looking left, 30-30 on a monthly chart. On the weekly chart, it's the same. Wait a minute. Yeah, 30.29 is the next high on the weekly chart. If we can take that out, the next high is $33, and that is for GLXY. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but big move now. Shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 800,000 shares available. In case I want to turn around and maybe short this later. So Goldman, your vampire squid stock, okay. So yeah, so the banks, the big banks did not have the I think most of them dropped, not a huge amount, but still 2% with Goldman is down on earnings. Was there any bank that actually did okay? So Wells Fargo, we had I think Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan, etc. I don't think any of them went positive. Take a look at XLK, XLF, sorry. No, I mean the financials are oops on the well on the daily though. Here you go on the daily. So yeah, starting to starting to drift down a little bit now to that 200-day moving average. Staples, wow, what a move! What a move in Staples, guys. Once it took out that 200-day moving average, it's had very one, two, three, four, 5 great days. Ah, the 10% thing. Okay, thank you. Waiting on financials. Thank you, William. Of course, maxing credit card debt at what 10% or interest at 10%. All right, guys, less than a minute to this open. So let me get rid of this. Wait for the open. This race will start at 9:30. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I'm going to be looking at Williams scan the whole day. It'll start triggering for me at 9:45. I've been finding that it's turned out very well, William, for me. I haven't been able to take as many as I wanted to, but the interesting thing to me is the market was down basically yesterday, and yet all those ones were jumping higher. So it wasn't affected. Those didn't seem to be affected by the market. So here's the Galaxy, maybe taking a little breather now. GLXY taking a bit of a breather. This AGIG, it was a big one from yesterday. Didn't close well though. You can see where it got to, and then it closed down here. If they were doing a financing or something. APLD, wow, that was up, and now look at it down. APLD. There's a very quick dollar move, just like that. The reason why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Just like to see things settle down a little bit. All right, AUID is now reclaiming to. It held the VWAP, 180, 186 or so was the VWAP. AGPU, I see it here. You guys are talking about a pop. Mhm. So again, I don't know if this is truly an IPO. It doesn't look like, I don't know. I mean, we have a position in a lifetime range at 14%, way down. If this were truly an IPO, this would be, basically 100%. So I don't know what, I'm sure Obi or somebody knows. DNA Holdings initiates coverage on Axe Compute amid rising AI infrastructure demand. Yeah. So what was it before? I wonder. Thank you, Obi. You can't trick us. Looks like it's an IPO last month. Now, according to our provider, 20 million in the float, so it's not a crazy low float. Are you talking to me, Faith? Trading in the pre-market? Are you talking to me? You talking to me? I will trade in the pre-market. I don't often, mainly because of the time zone. That's why I put a 15-minute. Well, you don't have to. Okay, you can disable. Number one, you can disable the alert. You can disable the sound. I know it's a home run. Bonk, bonk, bonk. I have put a delay on it for 15 minutes. Well, if you right click on it and go to properties and see where it says actions, just uncheck it if you don't want to hear it at all. Just uncheck the play sound and then say okay. But I've also put a delay. I've also put a delay. So I don't want to see any alert until at least 15 minutes after they open. And that's just using the time of day. Okay. You don't have to do the same thing, but that's right. I mean, it'll go crazy it'll still go crazy even after 15, but it won't be quite as crazy. Boy, this one, guys, is AMN. AMN. This is the one that I had yesterday. Briefly took, I think, a little loss on it, and then it turned around and just went crazy. And it's going crazy again. AMN. I tried to take this long, just over 15, and I got stopped out. Was it this one? Maybe it wasn't this one. Well, at any rate, this one showed up in the scan, Williams scan. No, it wasn't AHMA. It wasn't. No, I didn't. I never. I have not traded that one. Okay, I'm going to give it to you the way I've got it, but before I do it, I'm going to uncheck the actions. Okay. Now I'm going to save it, share it. Okay. What I did was I took the sound alert off. I want the sound alert back on, of course, but and what I've done is on this one, I put a 15-minute delay. You don't have to do the same thing. 15-minute. I don't want to see any alerts until 9:45. Where's it going to open? CJMB. Is this an app? No, it's not. Not a big clue really. 341 is the halt. 340. So not a big clue yet about as to where it's going to open. They got halted on the way up though. Yeah. So more than well, it's hard to know. I mean, right now, looking at Oxy, I just want to take a look at XLE, the energy sector, and take a look at what it is doing. So yeah, it is weak. So looks like the resource or energy stocks are probably doing a lot like this. How's silver doing right now? SLV. Yeah, it's still in mini recovery mode, guys. Mini recovery mode, right at the VWAP now. Okay. And remember, what I'm doing with our AI is I'm only looking at reentry prices. Only that's all I'm looking at. I'm going to disregard anything that comes in early. Well, not early. And 940 will be the earliest alert we'll get. But I mean, I don't care about the original alert price. I'm only going to wait to see if we get a reentry. That's all I'm doing with our AI. You don't have to do the same thing, but this is pretty wild. Well, I created a race based on based on the filters in here, turned it into a top list and created a race on it yesterday. Um, Kind of interesting. It's going to show me stocks up or down. Oh, TME is getting hit here. TME is really getting hit here. It's not an earnings play. Is China getting hit? Just in general, K-Web? Yes. So China. So the China stocks are weakening right now. Okay. Again, guys, I'm just biding my time, waiting on a couple of things. Waiting on an AI alert, only on the reentry though. I'm waiting on the scan to start producing at 9:45. All right, so this refill is an earnings play. RFIL is an earnings play. The next high looking left on a weekly chart is looks like around 956, and so it has some room on a weekly chart to move. So if you're trading Marvel right now, that must be from your scan. Must have dropped. Yeah, actually, I forgot to keep watching. So did it? Did it do? What I? Hmm. Yeah, actually, missed the boat on it. This sort of fit how I sometimes play the halts resumes. It was halted at 341. It looked like it opened at 327, which is obviously underneath 341, and then it popped through 341, and here we are. So I missed the boat on that one. Okay, so I see this now. Gold was not down nearly as much as silver was. So let's take a look at gold. Gold was only down a little over a percent. Yeah, so gold is recovering also. So if you have some favorite gold stocks, you might want to keep an eye on what gold is doing. Okay, for you high rollers out there, ROLR. This was the big one from yesterday. It got what did it get up to? It got up to $33 yesterday, and so it's still having a day. It closed down here, so that was a big drop from the close from 33 down to 19, but it's still alive here. So I'm looking at refill here now, guys. So there's the stop. Okay, so if it hits that stop, it may not, but if it hits that stop and then comes halfway between 915 and 887, we're going to get a re-entry price. That's what I'm waiting on to see if it happens. This is a pretty wild race here. I might have to get rid of this one and just show this one. I've never had a combo race. These are showing stocks up or down. I wonder if I saved it. I can give this to you guys. You can try it out. I just created it late in the after, like the market was still open, but I left it around what 2:30 or so, and I created it just to see what I was. It's very it's interesting. Almost feel like just replacing this. All right, so here's Mosaic. Mosaic, MOS. Okay, guys. Yeah, I almost feel like getting. I'm going to just display this one for a while. I want to see what. So I saw the roller got halted. CNSP resumed. Where did it resume from? 740. Yeah, so it popped also. I like the LPTH. I don't like the spread. Okay, I don't like that spread at all. 1403, 1427. Look at this break for SKYT, guys. Look at that break on the daily chart. All right, PGY. Let's see, take a look now. PGY. The next low looking left on the daily chart is 2242. And if it took that out, 2128. So I'm going to put a price alert in that area and see if it takes that out. I might have a short on that one. That's the PGY. Wow, Sky T, Sky T, SKYT, guys. What a move. Just give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Ah, boy, I like the run, but I like to run. I like the run, but the next high is too close. Wow, Sky T. I did not take it. Okay, I'll tell you, or did not. Really toying with the idea of taking it, but I did not take it. So this is a China stock, but it is not. What's happening with KWeb right now? I mean, is it recovered or is this yeah, a little bit of a pop? It's still down, but HSAI. There's the roller, guys. The roller's rolling. ROLR rolling here. Okay, I'm watching this HSAI. I want to see if it holds 28. Maybe put a price alert around 28.11 and see if it holds that number. Boy, roller. You just be careful. ROLR. Rumpy, your U is fading again. Your U. Just watching HSAI, seeing how well it holds 28. Oh, it's very scary. What's the spread like? I haven't checked the spread on ROLR. Spread is, I mean, it's not terrible, I mean, it's not terrible for a stock that's moving this fast, but yeah, you got to be, I would not be taking very many. But if it moves 2 or 3 or 4 or $10, you don't need a lot of shares. Give me one moment, please. Keep her in here. Yep. You notice we had a reentry. We had a reentry with the AI. Wow, LPTH didn't remember. I looked left and I thought I saw too much resistance. It wasn't there. It wasn't there anymore anyway. Wow. I'm sort of fixated on the HSAI. Okay, guys, I'm just watching the HSAI. You mean this? Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Just probably shouldn't be so fixated on this HSAI, but okay, you want this race, you can have the race, okay? Um, File, load from cloud, and here it is. Okay. should be the race. Boy, roller. Okay, Compo now. Compo, CMPO, $27. Next, approximately $27. Next high looking left. It's, you don't have to, and that's the same. So I'm really interested in this one. Compo, CMPO. I might forget about watching, HSAI. I mean, they look so extended, but I mean, I'm just in that scan. It doesn't see. They're just strong stocks, and they're just moving, and they seem to move for quite a while. Now, I put a don't repeat on this so I can see. Here's the first alert for LPTH, 14.25, $15 now. There's the first alert for the Compo at 24.61. Whoa, guys, there's the HSAI now. Okay, it's over 28. Might have to. Cipher's getting hit a bit, just a bit. Well, not a bit. It's down 5% now. CIFR. Well, Stubb showed up at 1441. What's the price now? 1441, 1459. So it's having a little bit of a move. The next high looking left is 1499. So it's probably some resistance around the 15 level for Stubb STUB, probably. Okay. All right, guys, it's 10 o'clock. So I'm going to go over my homepage right now and show you some of the scans and things that I'm sharing, races, etc. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. You'll get 15% off, 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter which subscription you choose, either the standard or the premium. Okay, all I ask, use my code if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future. Helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the trading room. Okay. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now and you want to come into a room that's a lot more active, a lot more interaction amongst traders, you can come into this room, okay? You can stay in YouTube if you want, of course, but if you're looking for more interaction amongst traders, come into the main room, trading room. This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't open YouTube until about 8:30. I get on the mic for both rooms at around 9 o'clock. Why I don't open these rooms earlier, I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So that'd be 3:45 my time. So thank you, Obi. Every day he opens the room at 6:45. I'm sorry, 6:45. That's Eastern time. I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I can always stay later if there are questions. But even when I take off, William generally now is keeping this trading room open till say 3:45. Okay. So this room can be open from 6:45 to 3:45 Eastern time. Now it's a trading room. What you're seeing, both YouTube and the main room, we call it the trading room, but it's also support. You can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. I can't answer any accounting questions. If you have a question about your account, I can direct you to people who can, though. Okay. Education. If you've taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it, here's what I would do. Not I would do. If you take out a subscription, you must do this. Okay. The Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, what I would do is to start off with that second video and go to the last one. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Remember, months are not, or a monthly subscription is not anything long term. It's just month to month. You can always subscribe anytime you want. So that's what I would do, though, is you check this out. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos if you're new to trading. Last, if you're looking for my scans or the information that I'm currently sharing, and you've clicked, actually, before I do that, if you click on my homepage links, keep scrolling down a little bit. You can get the trade of the week here. This is the trade of the week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. If you don't see it in either of those two folders, you can contact us and we'll try to figure out why you're not getting it. Okay. Now, if you're looking for the information I'm currently sharing, here it's on the custom scan section. Okay. This is the large cap gainer right here. Movers to the upside, movers to the downside is here. Single stock window is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Here's the halts resumes over here. Now, what I don't have on here, what I'm using though, is I may add it, but this is my right now my go-to scan. Seriously, my go-to scan. This is the one that we started using last week. Got it from William. And I've just been basically watching that one now for about 3 or 4 days. Very impressed. Okay, so I have other scans that I'm sharing that I don't have open. You can ask me questions about them if you want, but I'm really, really intrigued by that scan now. Probably right now, there's OCUL starting to drop. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on this one, the AEVA. This is now right at the VWAP, okay? Still up for the day, and it's popping now through the VWAP, popping through the VWAP, AEVA. Okay, lunar, LUNR. The next high looking left is 2002, so it's past that. It's past that on the week. That's last week, 2002. Lunar looks really interesting to me. It's just hanging over the whole number. Okay, on the move, guys. Is it going to hold? Is it going to hold? Just waiting to see if Lunar can hold his 20 level. Come on. Sorry. Shameless cheerleading here, guys. Shameless. Well, yeah, the OCOL, I had that alerted for me in that scan at 1196. I didn't take it. Look at the compo now. Oh, come on, move. Sorry, I'm wanting the lunar to move. The compo. I didn't take the compo. Boy, the OCOL. That was a great short. So you might want to consider putting the don't repeat on this, and you're going to get a lot of alerts all day long. I mean, there's a part of me that says, maybe I'm going to tighten these up a little so we don't get so many. But there's the OCOL. OCOL. That was the first alert, 1196, and a great short, 1139 now. Good grief. Lunar's just teasing the heck out of me here. Well, I haven't seen this one for a while, guys. The GR, G triple R. I haven't seen this one for a while. Now, the next high looking left on a daily chart is up here, 1476. I mean, it looks so darn extended, but and put halted on the way up or down? Down. GR, guys, G double R, G triple R. I mean, it's breaking over 14. I'd love to say maybe even pull back just a little and then pop up again through it, but it may just keep running. All right, BKSY is showing up on that scan, but the next high 2788, so it's right there. 2819, too close. The only thing I'll do is I'll put a price alert around the 2815 mark, see if it takes out 28, number one, and then maybe has a move from there. But I won't take that trade. Yeah, looked like a nice exit, OV on the OCUL. I probably wouldn't have taken it all out, but looking at the wave here. All right, Cracker Barrel. Haven't seen this one for a while. So CBRL, it is now just over the whole number 35, of course, and the next high looking left 45 on the monthly. Where on the weekly is the next high? 36.76. So there is some room, not quite $2 to that next high on the weekly. This is of interest to me. Anoop, all you're seeing on this screen here has got nothing to do with the AI. Nothing to do with the AI. I'm not displaying the alerts from the AI. So they have nothing to do with the AI. These are just my scans or my well, I'll call them scans. I mean, they're not technically all scans, but you have our AI. You have the AI in OOP. Okay, so what? So far, it's a blah day. I mean, we had a reentry at our fill at 9:01. The price, it's still sitting there, around 9. If you know what I'm talking about, I hope you know what I'm. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just let me know. Missed getting the Wi-Fi, the WYFI. Shoot, boy, Compo. It's the one. I was worried it wouldn't break 25. Look at that though. No problem whatsoever. You mean, are talking about these little B flags, for instance, right there, the B flags, or the up arrows? If you're talking about up arrows, no, they're the only time if I click on an AI alert, yeah, you will see there is an up arrow. But if it was a short, you see a down arrow. You can see there's a down arrow. But otherwise, if I click on a symbol, that is just telling me that's where the alert happened. Okay, that's all it's telling me. So if I click on an alert window, okay, so watch. If I click on IPW, okay, from here, where's that blue? So if I click on ROLR at 9:43, okay, there's an up arrow. That's just telling me when I click on a symbol. So I go back in time, I click on that symbol right there. That's showing me where the alert happened, right on the 2-minute chart, on the 5-minute chart. That's all it is. Okay, nothing to do with AI. You're just clicking on an alert, and especially if you go back in time, and it'll just tell you, well, okay, from that alert, what happened? Well, pretty good. Okay. I think I put 50 in here. I'm not sure. Can't remember. Yeah, 2 and 50 in this one. I'm missing the boat. I'm missing the boat on two of them, the CBRL and the Compo. And William has a price. I think he goes up on his. It went up to 100. Okay, guys, the R fill is working a little bit. Okay, I'm in this one, just a little over that 901 reentry. I know it actually almost took me out, but it came right back up. So, and again, all I'm doing, I'm just looking at reentries. That's all I'm doing. That's the only way I'm using the AI, just reentries. You don't have to do the same thing, but that's just what I'm doing. Oh, here's another great one. Stub alert at 1441. And just ripping now. Unfortunately, I was concentrating too much on the HSAI and the lunar. Okay, Lunar, come on. Not looking for much. For me to take these, I have to sort of rethink, that I feel like I'm chasing a lot of these. But so far, well, okay, I won't take it. I won't. Okay, there's a good reason not to take it. The Wolf, 2060 is the next high looking left. Now, if it can take that out, wow, I have to put a price alert there at 2061, guys. Look left on the Wolf chart. The next high, if it does take that out, is 23. So lots and lots of room. Oh man, I missed the Wi-Fi. I missed it by a couple of pennies. Couldn't get it. Wi-Fi. The alert was just at 1902. I was looking at the 19 break, and I just couldn't get it where I wanted it. Now the spread is not great right now, 30-43, but boy, it moved about 60 cents. Oh, made coffee. I haven't even poured it. Ugh, Stub. Is that got some news in Stub? Other than Pomerantz Law Firm reminding investors to join a class action suit, other than that? Funny, I don't see SPHL anywhere. But yeah, I mean, I saw it in the pre-market, of course, but I'm not sure. I mean, I'm even seeing it here in this one. Okay, guys. Now I'm very interested in a short of VKTX. It's showing up. It had a little move up, and now let's see if it can take out 33. We're at 32.97, 33.03. Bid ask. Yesterday, it got right down into the 200-day moving average. Boy, Cracker Barrel. Ugh. Yeah, I feel like I was chasing it, but man, oh man, these have got a lot of power in that scan just to keep things going. I know William is using it more for, trying to short the tops or play the bounces. Don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just something I've noticed. I've only been, this is only 3 days or 4 days into it. You won't like it, Poe. You got to do some chasing. But if you really want to take a look at it, here it is. So this is how William may have tried to play this. Okay, this Dar. So it. I don't know if you did this one, William, but it got up to 41.16, and then it beautiful drop. I mean, that is a. I'm sure if you took it, you'd be very happy. But now what I'm looking at is okay. Here's the drop. Will it get back up over 41 later? So refill was a bust for me, guys. Yeah, they don't all work. I've taken myself out. Small loss on it on the RFIL. Boy, Intel, I think has had a very choppy day. It's showing up now at a potential short, but yeah, it had the nice move up and now the move down, and it's still now it is down for the day, and that's INTC, of course. Now looking left, the next low looking left is 47.46. So that's too close for me. Okay, it's just too close. I mean, if it got stuck there, if it took that out, 45 or so is the next low. Meanwhile, I haven't even looked at the market. So the market is, kind of doing its little chop, little bit, not horrible. I mean, if I there we go, it's a little smoother, but everything is up. Qs are up. Now's up. SPY's up. Yeah, HSI AI is just kind of. I don't want to lose sight of it. I remember the one I lost sight of yesterday, and it ran like yeah. So I'm gonna put my price alert. Now the only thing is I'm gonna put my price alert up in this area around the 28.16 area. The only thing is it's China, and what is KWeb doing? Is it recovering? I mean, it's still down. All right, guys. How about Dave and Buster's play? Okay, just over the whole number. It's got room. You look left, and it's got room up to 1979. The volume came pouring in, and that is play. Let's go, play. Any news on it? What sorry, PENN ripping here, guy. I saw Caesar earlier, also CZR. Sorry, saw it earlier. Just that spread's got to catch up for play. PLAY. It's 1917, 1928, 1920, 1928. Oh, Shady's making an appearance. Okay, cool. Galaxy. Just looking at some of the ones that have won races before. I think the Sky T probably had, yeah. I know that looked like a very good short up here. HTFL, this has been very active. HTFL has been ugly looking, really ugly looking daily chart. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I'm just watching the play. Hoping that maybe the bid will catch up even a little bit more. 1931, 1936. And again, the first alert happened right there at 1915. Okay, 1915. Just over that whole number. Boy, this was a nice one in the pre-market, but it's just giving it up. AEVA. This is really giving it up now. AEVA. See if 20 holds it. Okay. I mean, the next low looking left is 1940 or so. Let's see if 20 can hold it though. All right. HSAI is kind of in the area that I was. Hmm. And I just want to keep an eye on KWeb. Potential bounce play, guys. DHT, potential bounce play, just over the whole number of 13. Well, I'm watching it over 13. Just over 13. That's DHT. Let's see if it holds that 13 level. LESL. I haven't seen that one, Obi. LESL. Yeah. Well, I mean, the great relative volume. LESL, great relative volume. Not a lot of volume, but great relative volume. Probably, maybe though. Probably, maybe coming into some resistance on that daily chart for LESL. So here's an energy stock that is popping right now, guys. CTRA. Now, before I would look at something like this, let's take a look at XEL. I'm sorry, XLE. And what is energy doing? Yeah, I mean it recovered. Speaking of that, it's now not 1040. So I'm going to go over. I'm going to go over. I'm going to go to dog channel bar. Okay, the dog channel bar. Again, this is for people. This is something that I'm just demonstrating people because a lot of people don't even know we've got this. So all these are theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the sector status. All right. Well, for once, silver is not the strongest sector. It's probably right at the bottom here. Yes, it is. So SMH, so the semis. Okay. So what this is telling you in this list of stocks that we've got, major sectors, SMH is the strongest sector right now. The semis. Okay. XLK makes sense. Tech stocks. These are the nukes, right? These are the nukes. Uranium and NLR, pretty strong. So 63% of the stocks that make up this are up. So we'll go down to the bottom and there's silver. Silver is the weakest stock. It's recovered though. It has recovered somewhat. When I first saw this, it was down about 5% in the pre-market. So it has recovered somewhat. And here's healthcare, XLV, and here's energy. So these are the weak sectors. Okay. So if you're looking for a way to find the strong and weak sectors, this would be one way to do it. And then you can kind of drill into the sector and find out what's happening. So for instance, look at XLE. 75% of the stocks that make up XLE are down for the day. 25% are up. So what I do is well, you can take a look at the weakest one and the strongest one, but here's BKR as an example. So for whatever reason, BKR is kind of bucking what the overall sentiment in the sector is. The weakest one is this was yesterday, I think, also. APA, yeah, look at that. I'm sorry, I'm gonna need a daily chart. But there's a APA. That's the weakest energy stock in the energy sector. Now, I again, this is what we have for XLE, okay? Um, Financials. Wow, interesting. Even though Goldman Sachs did not have a great earnings release, but it must be up now. Look at that. Look at that. So Goldman Sachs in the pre-market was actually down for the day. Not a huge amount, but it was down for the day. But look at the financials recovering. 88% are up. Which ones are down? And you just scroll down to the bottom, just scroll down to the bottom, and there's CME. Okay. Now it's not down a lot, down 0.8%, but so that's how you can, and I'm going to say this every day. I'm going to try to remember to load it around 10:30. This is something that some of you, that may be what you want to do. That's all. Just take a look at the sectors and take a look at the strongest stocks in a sector, the weakest stocks, and look at the strongest sector. Here's XLI. Okay, so 82% of the stocks that make up the industrial ETF are up, but some are down. Why? So LHX, that's it's a pretty big move, down 2.5%. Very weak, even though most of the stocks in its sector are up. So that's like these are like counter trades. So again, all you have to do if you're interested in doing something like that every day, you just have to click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, dock to channel bar, the dock to channel bar. This will pop up. Click on the show more because it'll be at the bottom here. These are all theme-based channels. And there it is down here, sector status, okay? Don't understand the question. What is the strongest buy flag for me? I don't understand the question. I don't think there's any such thing for me. If you're talking about these, I don't really pay that much attention to the buy flags or the sell flags. It's more if I click on a symbol and I like it, and then I can maintain myself in the trend using the wave. So it's not, there's no such thing for me anyway as the strongest buy flag or the weakest. Well, again, the strongest setup for me is always going to be if there's room on the daily chart to keep running, develop. That's so it's not so much about the VWAP or anything else. If my strongest setup will always be if a stock has a lot of room to run before it hits the next high on a daily chart. I don't look at MACD at all. So you're asking me MACD, I don't look at it at all. Oh, right. Look at play now, guys. Just want to bring it up to show you. See the wave? I'm not saying it was the easiest one and the wave has gotten a little bit wider than I like, but nonetheless, I don't really look at, the only highs I really look at are lifetime highs. I know I have them down here, 52-week highs and all, but more, what was the one we had yesterday? It started with a T. It was an all-time high. Well, just look left. I mean, obviously there's a difference. I mean, if I'm trading Apple and the next high is a dollar away, not quite as significant as if I'm trading some stock, $20 stock that it's a dollar away. Okay. So but when you look at this one, I mean, 1982 for me, getting in around 1915 to 1920 was fine. Okay. Because for me, the next high was certainly far enough away. That's how I am evaluating. I mean, some will have it maybe a different idea, but for me, 1970, 1985 actually was the next high looking left. Certainly for me, that was enough room. Now, yeah, still, the minute I start to see a little bit of a downturn, just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I have taken some off now. Okay, and it's not super weak yet, play, but I've taken some off, and but I'm going to hold on and see if it can get through the 1950 mark. I got up to almost there, 1948. No, you got it, Vito. I mean, if the stock is near the high of the day, then I'm just looking left on the daily chart to see where it could go before it hit the next. So, for instance, I mean, if I were sold on taking this at TGTX, at 3038, I mean, it's got a plenty of room, of course, $3. So that would be the first thing. Um, Over the VWAP, not bad. Also, news. I mean, if I see some news, I mean, it doesn't have to have news, but if I see some news, I might be, give me a little more confidence, I suppose, or confidence in that it could be active most of the day. Okay, so that's basically it. Just really, that's all I do. It's got to, and usually, anything I'm seeing is trading abnormally. Well, again, if you look at TGTX, okay, I mean, it's 10% to that next high on the daily chart. Obviously, plenty of room. For me, okay. I'm not saying I'm taking this trade. But you're asking me for I'm looking at a specific example. I mean, that's obviously plenty of room. Doesn't mean it's going to get there though. If I can't see the next high in a daily chart, then I look on the weekly. And if I can't see it on the weekly, then I look on the monthly. I mean, ideally, I'm going to see it on the daily. But again, that's just my style. Okay. I mean, I'm looking at not a big pullback player. Not because there's something wrong with it. It's just that I'm just not in tune with it. Well, it could be resistance, okay? That's just the way I look at it, Vito, okay? It could be resistance. It doesn't mean it's going to be. Many times I look left and I say, oh, I'm not going to take that trade because I look left and I find maybe the daily high is the neck or the when I look left, there's a daily high that's too close for me, but it could power right through. That's what I like. Just taking one reason out of the equation for a stock, maybe not to move higher, and that is maybe some chart resistance. But I don't see the buy flags that develop. Okay, you're talking. I don't often. I never really see the buy flags. I mean, I see them on my chart, but it's not. We don't have a scan that's going to give me. Okay, here's a buy flag. Take it. Okay, I just use the wave to keep me in trades. Okay, don't understand. That's sort of a. Oh, you mean a buy flag? I don't look at. I don't. You're talking about a chart pattern, like a buy flag. Oh, I see. I don't really pay that much attention. So I don't really pay too much attention to like buy. I now I don't understand. I thought you meant the buy flag that we have. Many do, many do. I just don't pay that much attention to it. So I don't understand. Would it be better not to have a higher clear? That I don't know. I because I'm going to say no. I mean, for me, I want to see a lot of room that it could run before it hits the next high. What's my promo code? It's so if you click on my homepage link, there it is. Okay, Barry 15. Okay, Brian, there it is, Barry 15. Yeah, everybody. Well, you're right. Everybody has to develop their own sense of timing to enter a trade. You're correct. Develop whatever makes sense to you. You can backtest a single stock. I mean, I've never tried it. I mean, you can backtest a single stock. Yes. You have our premium service, Vito. So all you have to do is take your alert window, um, okay, and use the single symbol, and backtest it. I mean, I've never tried it, but I mean, in theory, you can do it. How many times it would have been alerted over the last up to 63 days? Do I ever trade without a stop loss? That I can absolutely 100% emphatically say no. I always have a stop. Always. 100%. Well, I guess I'm missing the boat on, you guys are having fun with SPHL for sure. This is not showing up in, strange it's not showing up in this scan at all. Okay, well, if that's your trading style. Okay, develop. You wait for a VWAP and some volume. I get in right the way and I put in a stop. If the MACD is negative, I avoid it. Okay, that's your trading style. I just I'm more of a momentum type trader. That's all, liking to see stocks near the high and then figure out a way. I mean, I'm confused on this one. I have to admit because a lot of these are look like chases. I mean, they are kind of chases, but they've been very strong. I don't mean just today. I'm talking the stocks that I've been seeing from here are just strong, and for whatever reason, they've got the impetus to keep moving. Excellent, thank you, Brian. I obviously I'm somewhat biased, Brian, but I agree. I think it is probably the best active scanner out there. You're looking for you know all sorts of different ways to build a scanner based on your trading style. We don't have everything that everybody wants. I get it, but I think we've got for majority of our customers, we've got something that so that enough different filters, enough different real-time alerts that you should be able to combine to give them the type of scan you're looking for. And it's all real time. Man, oh man. Stub, stub, stub. Wow, you are far north. Greetings. What's the temperature there today? And you can go Celsius and Fahrenheit. Whoa. Hope you got your Canada Goose on or whatever. Boy, stub. I mean, there's just absolutely no news on this one that I can see. Just having a fantastic day. Okay, now 9. Am I too late? NNE. Okay, this is the nuke, and we saw that nuke. The NLR was a strong sector. This is even a fairly large cap stock stub. No, not fairly large. 179 million times 16. Yeah. Yeah, so I look at this one. I mean, it's borderline 42.81. It's only 50 cents on a $42 stock. It's borderline that I would take it. And so when I look at it, I think, no, I'm not going to do it. Yeah, so little too bad to play. I was really hoping it would take out 1950 and move from there. It's not one of the more dynamic ones from that scan, but it gave me a little bit, so I'm not going to complain. Meanwhile, the Galaxy, we saw this one in the pre-market, GLXY, and this is, let's see, on the weekly chart, next high is 33.21. But I feel like now not when I feel like I'm chasing it. I wish I'd seen it right around here, taking it maybe on the dip. Monitors are cheap, Brian. Very cheap. Get a big one though. Well, I shouldn't say that. You get the size you want, but I could easily get by with two monitors. If I weren't moderating a couple of rooms, I wouldn't be doing that. Um, I could easily get by with two monitors. The trick, Brian, and anybody else listening, is I mean, I actually have too many things going on. Is not to have so many alert windows and so many top list windows and so many races, up and running. I actually, I wouldn't mind getting rid of this race and replacing it with this one. Boy, stop. I mean, you think you're chasing it, but it's just absolutely, for whatever reason, it's got some huge momentum, and I do not see any news on it. I do not see any news on it other than the lawyers begging you to join their class action suit. I don't see any news on it. How do you maintain? If you were in this one, okay. I wish had I taken it at when was the original alert? It doesn't mean I'm going to take it right at the original alert, but 1441. So let's say that was at 9:50. Okay, so what time was that? That was right here. Okay, so it's right over the VWAP. Let's say I decided, yeah, I want it. So now I'm following the wave, wave, wave. Now on that little downturn, I would have taken some off. Okay, I mean, Vito, you must have heard me talk about the wave. Okay. So I would have taken some off right there, but it did not turn orange. And that just keeps me in the trade. Now, if I'd been in the trade right here, that's a little harder, what do I do? But if you're in the trade early enough, then, you take some off here and then you hold on and then look, you get rewarded. It's still strong. That's how, if I had taken the trade down there, like I should have, it's just a great visual presentation. Without the wave, it doesn't mean you can't see the pattern, but it's just a nice visual presentation. Now, I will almost guarantee that the minute you start seeing this little downturn, okay, even though it didn't turn orange, I would go to a lower time frame and check it out. I'm sure it's going to be orange. See, little orange. That, okay. So when you start to see a downturn, even if on the time frame you're using and it hasn't turned, say orange, if you're going long, I would go to a lower time frame just to check it out, and you can see. But it's not like it's a wide bar orange; it's just a flatten. That's how I'm using the wave. Okay, this is a great example as far as I'm concerned because this allows me to keep in the trade, take some off here, and then just allows me to keep in the trade. Before, I probably would have been out of my entire position right there. I would have said, okay, if I got in at around the 1450 mark and it's at 1550 and it's moving down, I'd say, okay, I'm going to get out. And I would have missed that beautiful, beautiful, call it a secondary move. Now, DraftKings, okay, DraftKings, I'm seeing here now. Of course, Stub and DraftKings. Wow, it was ugly. And actually went up 25. That is so ugly. Look at DraftKings. It was up and then right back down. You can see, remember, this scan will give you the ones moving up and moving down. Well, yeah, I mean, from our YouTube room, KGP, I mean, I mean, it still has room. I don't know on a daily. I mean, obviously I could scroll back and see where that next high is, which is actually right there, 1942, which is basically that high, that weekly high. Yeah, I mean, it still has room. I'm saying it's going to get there, but it still has room. I mean, that is what you want to see. I think the one reason why I didn't take it, now I do remember, got the alert at 1440 and I looked left and I saw, well, wait a minute, 1465 and then 15. So I thought, it could easily stall in this area, but it didn't. Meanwhile, SPHL. That is today's high roller, ROLR. It's all about the float, guys. Look at that float, 420,000. Crazy low. Doing okay. Yeah. HSAI is doing okay. Not a rocket ship like some of the other ones, but it pays some bills. Now it just resumed. SPHL just resumed. Fast morning. Your scan, William, is giving me lots to do, lots to look at. I'm going to try to tinker with it a little bit to see if I can reduce the number. But I look at StubHub. I mean, the relative volume is 4.8. It's not like it's crazy. It's not crazy. I thought it would be a lot more. Well, these are stocks that are up. Well, let's say I'll just show you what it looks like. I mean, these are stocks with tremendous momentum on volume. I rarely get. There were well, two sets of alerts here. Okay, the new high of the day and the new low of the day, and also standard deviation breakouts. But you can see in the type, I don't think I ever get a standard. I mean, I don't think I got. Well, before I do that, say that. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, you could probably get rid of that. I don't. I get the odd one that triggers on a standard deviation breakout. Basically, they're just new high or new lows of the day. That's the trigger. But so look at the filters that I've got here. So I mean, this is what gives it the move. The volume in the last 5 minutes is 250% of normal. The stock was up at least 25 cents in the last 5 minutes and down 25%. I mean, that's not, I mean, it's not that much, but for whatever reason, especially at the beginning of the day, you're getting some stocks that are just zipping. Aggressive runners, yes, aggressive runners. So again, you're looking at new. I mean, Stub is probably the best one from that from those, and there's no news on it. So you don't need news. You don't need news. I mean, I always think it's a bonus. I guess I always term it like that. It's kind of a bonus if there is some news that could keep the interest all day. But there's no news on this one that I can find. I'm sure there's something somewhere, some group somewhere. Ah, shoot. You guys are Riley on the move now, guys. Riley on the move. RILY had a tremendous move after hours yesterday on earnings, and it's continuing now. That's a pullback. That's more of a pullback from the highs. Look at the daily. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. That's right at the high now. What do I think of QBTS? Well, right now, not much. It's not doing anything. It's down 25%. It's been the quants I think have been kind of all over the place. Well, this one anyway. I don't think much about it right now. When I know you talk about, are you talking about filling the gap on the way down? Because 27.43. You're right. I mean, down there, but is it going to keep going? I don't know. There's not. The relative volume is only 1.5, so it's not trading super abnormally. Personally, now this doesn't mean that it's not going to, crater from here underneath the whole number. Could, but it's something that I just don't get too interested in because of the relative volume. But don't let me stop you if you think it's. I mean, the low of the day is 29.68. So look at this one starting to move down. The trade desk starting to move down on volume. That's what this scan picks up. Okay, see the volume that came in, the massive amount of volume. Look at that, big volume on this. Now William tends to try to play the bounces on these. I'm not saying he's going to do that right now. It may not satisfy all his conditions, but um, I'm more looking at these stocks. Maybe it bounces a little, and then if it takes that out again. Now on the daily, though, see, doesn't have enough room, so that's sort of puts the kibosh on that idea. 35.72 is the next low looking left, and then even if it got through that, 35.63, too close for me. Too close for me. Could be interesting though, William, based on the daily chart. You can see right there could be some support right around the 35.60-70 level. There's a couple of daily lows right there. It may have already done its bounce. I don't know, but if to see what it does there, how it reacts there. Oh, I'm just looking. I think most of it in the specific stock is talking stocks. I see symbols here. I don't see general talk in there, Blaine. This is where you are now. Okay. No, I'm trying to figure out what you meant. I mean, here's the specific stocks only. I don't see anything that is not with a symbol in. So that seems to be meeting all the requirements. Oh, okay. Sometimes people will in the general market talk, they may put a symbol in there. I get it. Okay. So some of these high flyers now are giving maybe reverse signals. JL JL is halted on the non-browser charts. Okay, let me take a look at JL because I've got non-browser. You're right. I don't know why. Was it ever halted? Was it ever halted? Yeah, I don't know why it says halted. Sometimes, it's a residual or something. But no, I don't know why. I can't tell you. On the intraday charts, which is really what we care about, is I can't explain it. Now, let's take a look at the date here. No, it's today. Yeah, no, I can't, no explanation. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, here's another one, Oscar. I mean, I like it. It's coming from the scan, but looking left, the next high, yesterday's high. For me, it's just too close. It's only 22 cents away. Had the next high been up here at 1822, I probably would have been all over this one, even though it looks a little extended. But the next high is 17, is 30 cents away, too close. Wow, 11:21. So let's see who's going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. Let me just do a check. Sometimes he and Andy do a switch. I mean, listen, Oscar may just power right through this. I mean, it might, but I don't see any news on this one today. Take a look at XLV. I think the healthcare sector, I don't think it was performing that well. Yeah, so the healthcare sector. Now, healthcare, XLV, it's over the VWAP now. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys. Okay, how about Planet Labs, PL, just over the whole number. Let's see what it's doing. Just over the whole number, or well, it was. And looking lifetime high. Okay, so this is a lifetime high. So this is what I'm going to do: put a price alert up at around the 2809 level, and see if it gets back up there. Sort of basing, you see. So you're not really chasing if it does that. And let's see if it gets over that 28 again. And it's a lifetime high. What a great run it's been on since what month was that? Since September. Is, you mean shortable or just tradable in general? I haven't tried, oh, SPHR. I thought you were talking about SPH. Are you talking about SPHL or SPHR? Okay. I don't know. I don't know if it's tradable at, I mean, it says it is, but it doesn't say I can't trade it, but there's even some shorts available, 1,800 shorts available. But so I haven't tried to trade it today, so I don't know. I know what you mean. I mean, are they gonna block me? Anybody with IB who's traded, SBHL today? Ah, okay, there you go. So it was not trade. I don't feel so badly now. Couldn't trade it anyway. You know, William, your scan is driving me crazy. It goes against everything I've done for the last, well, I don't know, 20 years. I'm looking at eToro, another one now. It's funny, the ones that I thought were, like what I would call a safer setup, the Play, the Lunar, even the HSAI, they just didn't move like the other ones that I didn't consider as safe. How he uses it, I'll answer for him. I mean, he didn't use this to go long stocks when they were when you get the long alert. He was using it, he still is, not every stock that comes through, as looking at potential tops to short or potential, bounces on a stock that has been hit hard down. That's how he's been using it. Me, I've just been seeing that these ones that are strong, even though they look extended. Look at the CTRA. I mean, this looked extended to me. There's another great one. If you had taken it down here, that was the alert. Sure, you take some off right here, take some off right there, and then you just keep in the trade. All right, Billy, Billi. Do you have room? You got a little bit of room. 37. I wish it had more room. It has a little bit of room. 33.79 is the next high. My guess is if I look at some of the ones that are really flying, they had a lot more room, and that's why they kept motoring. Okay, BKSY. This was an alert a long time ago. A long time ago, earlier today. Not, but I don't like the spread. I think that's kind of what kept me out earlier. Also, look at the spread. 0217, just not a great spread to commit. All right, guys. I just had a confirmation. It will be Steve Gomez taking over for me in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon Eastern. So William is using a combination of the scan and fundamentals to see whether or not he's going to take the trade. All right, guys. Galaxy looks a little interesting to me. It was basing just over the whole number now. It's got room, obviously. You look at the weekly chart, $33. Next high looking left. It had one pullback here, basically flattening out here. I've dumped the HSAI guys. I just don't see that it's going to. It may be too tied to China. I mean, it's a China stock. It is up. Well, wow, it's interesting. I would have thought it would be moving more. Well, CTRA. Wow. Looks like just big one big wow. All right, we're just watching the galaxy to see if it can hold the 31 level. It might have run out of steam. I don't know. So looking at ALB, let's see what William is looking at ALB and talking about the ATR. So it's about 110%. Okay. Yeah. So what you're saying, it is not seriously. So look at that 110%. Do you use this as a filter, William? To then only see stocks that have what you consider seriously exceeding the ATR? Do you use that filter? That's today's range? Oh, okay. Just wonder why don't you? Oh, okay, just as a guide. Okay. So what you're saying is that something that has not really exceeded the ATR, but it might be setting up in a different way that you like. So you don't want to filter it out. You don't want to filter one of those out that could still be setting up, even though the ATR is not necessarily anything to write home about. So ALB, sorry, I wanted to take a look at ALB. It had a serious bounce. Yeah, no kidding. Now it's way outside the price range that I trade, but nonetheless, it did have a serious bounce. 171 up to 175 or so. You know, guys, this is just severe rippage for this CTRA. And take a look at XLE. Yeah, well, it's funny because it's still negative. It's trying to get back. I'm sorry, XEL. I keep. No, I was right. XL. So you look at XLE, and I mean, it's still. I mean, it's basically flat. And but you look at CTRA in the sector, and it is just a monster. Now, out of curiosity, was that part of XLE? So let's go. I'm going to go back to the new and click on the dock channel bar and go down. Click on the show more and see the sector status and see if that one was actually is part of XLE. It may not be. It's in the. I mean, it's we don't have not every single. Yeah, there it is. I mean, there it is, front and center. CTRA front and center. So remember what I was saying, guys, earlier that you look at something like this, 70% of the stocks are down. Now, XLE is almost flat now. but 70% of the stocks that make up XLE as we have it are down. 30% are up. And look at this one, front and center, CTRA, right at the very top. So another way to, you could take a look at some of these and just say, you know what? I'm just going to concentrate on the strong stocks in the sector or the weak stocks in the sector. I mean, it's just another way of looking at our data. I don't see any specific news on CTRA. All right, Planet Labs now over 28. Okay. Now, my problem is I'm going to take a break in about 20 minutes. So I'm not sure I want to get into another one. Yeah, a lot of shares available for me to short LPTH. Yeah, the low of yesterday was $11. So that's Williams' analysis of the LPTH, why he wouldn't play this on a bounce, even though it's coming in on the scan. Right here, it was long earlier. At least I'm seeing a few more short opportunities. Yesterday, there was hardly any, even though the market was down. It's interesting. The market was down yesterday, hardly saw any short opportunities. The market's up today. I'm seeing more. All right, PTRN just showed up in the scan, the pattern group, fairly new IPO. Looking left, yeah, last week's high was 1496. There's a high right there at 1379. Would have to get through that. If it does get through that, that is last week's high. So yeah, put a price alert in that area and see if it takes it out. Not a lot of volume, okay? There's not a ton of volume. Well, of course, with the SPHL, I mean, it is super wild, okay, because of the float. I don't have to do that. Just give me a moment. So I mean, but it's super, super volatile because of that float. That's a crazy low float, 420,000 in the float. That's very, very low. But if you'd been in this one somehow earlier and rode the wave up, you would have absolutely taken some off here. And you never know. That could have just collapsed. It's a tough one. It's a tough one, to do chart analysis, in my opinion. I mean, look at a monthly chart. Of course, it's got a ton of room. I don't know if it actually got up there. It might have been that might be reversible and adjusted. Now, who's your broker? Because a lot of us cannot trade this one regardless. They're not allowing us to trade it, even to go long. You'd have to, yeah. So I don't know if Robinhood will allow you to trade it. Even some of the big brokers just won't allow you to trade it. Like Interactive Brokers, and people are talking Schwab and Fidelity and E-Trade. I cannot speak for Robinhood, but the only good thing I could, Fidelity does. Okay, sorry. The only, I mean, the spread is not, well, it's not, it can widen, but it's not ridiculous for a stock that is moving so quickly. Difference between the bid and the ask. Come on, Galaxy, make a big move for me. If you're new, I mean, this is on, these are, I mean, while it looks fantastic to somehow get into one of these and let it ride from 8 to 18, it's not easy. I mean, that float can destroy some accounts. Yeah, you can put a stop in. I get it. You can put a stop in, you get in, but sometimes because of that float, it can blow right through your stop. Let's say you had 500 shares, but only get 50 out. That's my opinion. Yeah, MLEC halt resumes. Okay, guys, 11:45. So I got to have about 45 minutes left. Yeah, no, I was wrong. I was wrong. Schwab and Interactive Brokers will not allow us to trade SPHL. Oh, look at the float, 520,000. It took me a long time to get used to seeing stocks underneath 20 million, because that was used to be my benchmark for low floats. And then, okay, 5 million. Now we're getting so many that are under a million. So there's one for, I don't know if you took it, William, little bounce, EBS. Now I'd be looking at it if it gets back down to that 1140 mark, potential short. That's how I'm kind of, well, maybe not. Yeah. Too close. Next lows are too close. This is just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's no, I mean, the option, I don't know. I mean, this is just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. That's all it is. You know, you have to have the NBBO up, and that just gives you the spread. I don't really look at this. I just use this for how rapid a stock is trading, and of course, giving me the spread. And of course, when we get a halted stock like MLEC, we'll see the halt price. And then in this column, can tell us where it could open. Okay, that's just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Now, my exercise later on is to go through all these are all the different alerts we had in that scan to see what happened from them. You know, they're not all going to have moved in the way we want, but I'm going to take a look, see if I can figure out a way to pare it down. You know, it might be relative volume that does it. That's just it's an acronym for what? Next best bid offer. Okay, I think that's what it is. Next best bid offer. I think that's what it stands for. Somebody might correct me, but it's just showing the bid ask 31.12, 31.13. That's the current bid and ask. Nine press releases. And what has the stock done? How many more identifications are they doing? So global trade by embedding proof into materials, not systems. Okay, there's one. Into platform, into the denim and recycled denim markets. Jeez. It's hilarious. Well, MLEC just opened. Okay, guys, 11:50. So I've got another 10 minutes or so before I take my break. Well, I hope. Okay, OSS. OSS is showing up on the scan to short it, but look left, 1081. Now, and 1081 and 1077. Now, if we can take that out, wow, look at the room it's got, OSS. If we can take these out, I'm going to put a price alert there. Who knows? Maybe it takes it out later. Okay, SMX. Let's take a look if weed is one of them. They're going to, yeah, you're right here. Material level identity for cannabis and RPET within federal compliance frameworks. So we've got weed, we've got gold. Oh no, this is we're redefining the gold standard, not through currency, but through certainty. Wow, you gotta love these guys. Whoever is working for these guys in their PR department, or they've contracted it out, they're definitely work overtime. The bull case for SMX built on proof, not noise. So here's some analyst is probably trying to pump it up. Who is it? Well, they certainly are verbose. Jeremy at 360bespoke.com. So he's chief cheerleader, I guess. Again, what I'm showing you there, that's my news from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. That's what I use for my news. What AI alert window? Are you talking about this? Are you talking this? Or which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the this up and down 25% cents in the last 5 minutes? Is that what you're talking about? No. So what are you talking about? You're not talking about this news feed that I just no. You're not talking about this, my time in sales. You're not talking about this. This is the AI alert window. You're talking about that? Are you oh, I see. Are you talking about how to set a price alert on a chart? Oh, well, okay. I did not pull SMX that okay, SMX was not generated from anything I had, okay? Oh, I had a P? Ah, okay, that was a price alert window. Okay, I got you now. Sometimes it's you're talking about this. This is just a price alert window, okay? The PTRN and the PL right there. Okay, that's just a price alert window. So all you have to do if you want to put a price alert, you just go up into your chart and let's say I wanted to put a price alert at 13.93. Okay, if I can eyeball it well enough, I see I'm moving around on my 5 minute chart. I can eyeball it right at the top there. Okay, so I right click and create the price alert right there. Create the price alert. So if I've eyeballed it well enough, if that's where I want it at 13.93, then I just save it. If I want to change it to say 14, then I just save it and that's it. It goes into your price alerts window. It's not a scan as such. It just see at the very bottom. It's right there, PTRN. So if PTRN hits 14, that you can't see it anymore. It's well, you'll see it here. That blue line right there, if it hits 14, that blue line will turn green. Okay, that's all. Okay, so this is just a price alerts window. You don't even have to have it open. You can even exit out and, but you don't certainly don't have to have it taking up any screen space. In fact, the best way to use it, in my opinion, is not to. You minimize it because then when you get a price alert, it pops up on my screen like you saw. Okay, so I would minimize it. Well, thank you, Galaxy. Can you go far, far away? Okay, guys, 11:57. I'm taking my break very soon now. So first of all, I'm just going to put my announcement up here on a break. So back around 1 p.m. ET. A little bit earlier because Steve has to leave at 12:55, 5 minutes before. So I'm probably here a little bit earlier. And I'll put the YouTube link in. He's not there yet, but I'll put the YouTube link in for those of you in the main room who want to head over. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. And I think he probably tests out the money machine Well, it's a low bar. I don't test it at all because I can't. All right, so I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. It's 11:58 right now, so I'm just waiting for him to show up. So I mean, these ones, I mean, they're not necessarily going to be rocket ships, okay? From that scan, but some of them are. I mean, some of them you get them early enough. You know, the CTRA and the other one that started with the C, I think the combo or something. But you know, they're just a little easier on the psyche to trade. For me anyway. All right, I heard a little pop, though. I think Steve is in our YouTube room now. So, guys, I'll take my break now in the main room. I'll put myself on mute in the main room, and we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Okay. So now I can, I think I can. I think that you heard a little pop. So
I'm here.
There you are. Introduce Mr. Steve Gomez to our YouTube room now. For those of you who are on YouTube, Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. So he may talk about that idea. I also said you might talk about, well, they're not all, well, did it actually trigger? I can't remember if it actually triggered. Yeah.
No,
so
it didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a non-event then.
It's a non-event. It just, yeah.
And in fact, I think it hit the stop, didn't it? I mean, even if it.
Yes, it would have hit the stop. Exactly.
Yeah. So it's a non-event though. It did not trigger. And I'll let you explain it. Okay. I always tell people, look, it's not a bad one. It's a sort of a non-event.
The one from the week before is continuing nicely for those that maybe followed, but I'm out of it. Nonetheless, it's still going like a lab.
And I also said that you might cover some of the money machine. I'm not sure if you do that anymore, or
if anybody has any questions, I can always open it up and look at it. There was a bug the last time that I attempted to, and I immediately showed Brad, and Brad is trying to fix it. So it would be a bug that might be fixed in the next version. So
I see. Okay.
We'll see how it goes.
All right. Well, maybe just potluck.
Yep.
whatever you want to talk about. Okay. Excuse me, Steve. So I'll let you go, and I'll try to show up at 5 to the hour.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds good. See ya. All right. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. If you didn't already know, Monday is a holiday, market holiday, MLK. So that's always nice to know going into a weekend, especially if you're like playing silver stocks, which I am. I'll just kind of talk a little bit about what I'm doing and what I'm seeing. I've got something I want to talk about. I did buy. I noticed, the silver. There was a giant run this morning. Let's pull up the futures or the spot price. That's the Bitcoin price. Here's the silver spot price. This was a nasty drawdown right here before the market opened. And right as it started to build a base there, I pulled up AG, which I had sold earlier in the week. And it was way down here at 19. Sorry, I was buying it under 19 pre-market. So happy with that one. There it is. I was buying it right down here, 1880. Got lucky. So I'm still holding on to that. But I wanted to talk about, hey, Patrick, Yes, U.S. Mint stopped shipping Eagles. They can't keep up with the demand. They said the pricing is just too volatile, too much fluctuation. Also, AppMex is got junk silver up here. I'm going to sell some junk silver, by the way. I've got some dimes and I've got some quarter rolls that I'm just going to go ahead and feed off, kind of like a trade. I mean, it's been like we've all seen the run. So anyway, AppMex is, if I wanted to sell to AppMex, or if anybody wanted to sell to AppMex right now, they won't take your order unless it's $10,000 minimum, because it's so busy. They don't have the time or the manpower or the bandwidth to be able to process $100, $150 orders and things like that. So kind of across the industry, you're seeing this lockup in the silver market. And that's what's different about this move. All the past moves on the attempts to run silver have been more in the paper market, and they've been squashed by the paper market. Well, this one is a shot across the bow against the paper market, because it's a perfect storm of sovereignty. All the countries want silver now for their own. You've got AI data centers, you've got Tesla and electric cars and batteries, and Samsung locking up miners with contracts on their ore. It's an insane grab for physical right now. So because of that, I was up late last night digging through some stuff and finding some stuff I'm going to part with just for fun. Get some spending money for the ski trip I'm going to go on with Dan and Brian Shannon, which brings me to what I was going to talk about. I talked to Brian during the trading days, and he let me bring this up. He was confirming something. There it is, stages. This is an infographic that he created many years ago. And it's the stages of market structure. We've talked about this before many times. You've got your markup euphoria, and then you've got your, what the hell's going on? My buying the dip doesn't work anymore. Distribution, what's going on? Oh my God, this is horrible. Nothing works. And we've kind of been through this. I think we would all agree. Not in the indexes, but in individual names. And now it brings us to the starting point. Stage one, accumulation. We've had a lot of this in quants and names. Also, a lot of names have looked like the stage 4 red decline where nothing worked. But right now, and Brian confirmed this, I said, hey, Brian, it's sure starting to feel like accumulation to me. I can't draw on this apparently. And this little area right here, I call this accumulation because it seems like, gosh, I wish I could draw. We are right here in the 1.3. So stage 1 accumulation, chapter 1, chapter 2, starting to get some firm bids. Now, with that backdrop in mind of the typical wave patterns of market greed, fear, etc., euphoria, look at some of these daily charts. These are some of the names I'm in, and this is what got me going. Look at Plug. Horrible. Now it's just like, now it's sideways. And this is the accumulation phase, I feel like, because we're not selling off, but every attempt to break out is stymied. You can see that. Every attempt to break out just gets smashed. And it's doing so, and this is what Brian reminded me of, it's doing so above all the key moving averages. It's where we want to be. Why is this not working? All right, I think Peppy got me at last time going. If I go to Task Manager and see if it's there. Epic Pen and Task. All right, guys, I see your questions. We'll get you going there. But I just wanted to let people know where and this answers the question too of Teddy. Are you bullish or bearish on the market? I'm bullish. Bullish because you look at these indexes like the NASDAQ. Let's see if this fixed it. Yeah, okay. Here's the daily chart. Sell off, bought back. Yesterday, bought back. Higher lows all the way. We're just inching closer to try and look for a reason to break out. We're probably one headline away from breaking out. Now that's in the indexes. The individual names have been a different story. And even at that, the IWM, the Russell 2000, seems to be, I would say, the story of the year so far. 26 small caps are what's coming back to life, which is perfect for me. I'm having fun playing with small caps. That's what I like to do. So I'm bullish on the market, Teddy. But back to just some of these names, they just won't break out. Like in these quant names, you see they're all just sliding sideways above key moving averages. I'm in qubits, and I'm hoping it digs in right here and tries to go higher. Plug, power, alternate energy. These are all, like, as I call, bird in the hand setups. But these birds can't take flight. They're chained down, and I think they're chained down by market makers accumulating. I think there's accumulation of orders going on, and things just can't get too far ahead of themselves because there's a lot of orders being worked. That's usually what's happening behind the scenes in the accumulation phase, which we looked at earlier. So what are some other examples? I know they're everywhere. Things they just won't break out. They're just kind of sliding sideways along lines. Serve, I'm in Serve. This one is an interesting one. This is robotics. Self-driving delivery. Okay, so that's the self-driving delivery carts, the ones you see smashing into bikes, parked bikes. But nonetheless, look at that chart. Huge move, nice consolidation, a little rounded bottom there. I'm long. I'm anticipating that, whether it's today or tomorrow, I don't know. I think the money needed to push it is more cautious. Leadership has still been defensive. Like we could look at Amazon. We could look at MAGS, the Magnificent Seven. So if you call that leadership, yeah, they've been a little bit defensive. But you couple that with the Russell 2000, and the small caps are where the money is flowing into so far. Here's another one, the metals. I'm in this one, the metals company. Look at that attempt to break out yesterday. I thought I was going to get paid. Nope. Bring it right back down and work those orders. But we're doing so above the moving averages with a nice little bias to the upside. So I'm telling myself all day long, just be patient, just be patient. It's probably coming in the direction you want, but it's just a matter of back and forth head fakes as maybe bigger orders are being positioned. That's why they call it the accumulation phase. What do you make of what happened to Indo yesterday afternoon? I forgot about that name. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It happened with oil. Indo's an oil company, and you see USO. It was a headline, and I believe the headline was Trump was speaking live, and he said, "Don't worry about Iran. The killing has stopped. There will be no more killing. Don't worry. Everything's fine." And so the oil market said, whoa, he just deflated the risk with that comment. And what it did is it brought everything down at once. So Indo is a part of the oil. And not to mention, Indo is a super volatile stock. 9 million shares in the float. It's going to run all over the place extremely quickly. So if you're bullish on oil and you didn't buy into that headline, it's a good opportunity. That's kind of what I did in AG today. I divorced myself of the silver trade, but woke up to a nice gap down, and I immediately just grabbed one silver miner, and it's been at least the best performer for me today. The worst performer is this UAVS. I stuck around a little too long, and I've not doubled up, but I was intending on buying the third day of the pullback here. In hindsight, I could have just gotten rid of all of it and then bought it all back, but I sold half of it. And this is the best performer for me for the year. So I've been really, really killing this move since the volume came in. And I think 3 days of pullback today, this is probably a pretty good level right here at 155. Yep, Dave, that's it. So it's important to remember what sector are you playing in, and then try and figure out, what are the underlying, is it technology? What's the underlying ETF that would go along with that? For me in silver this morning, SIL was the guide. Pre-market, really, really big flush in silver. And it was right about here that I just said, I want to buy something silver related. And so far, so good. But if you don't know the corresponding ETFs to the stocks you're in, you want to learn that, because it'll help kind of give you those types of answers when you need them. You can quickly look around at the other ones or the leading ETF. All right. All right, 2 questions. First one, Don, any thoughts on ADUR, plastic recycling? The chart, it's got earnings yesterday, so it's coming off of earnings today, it looks like. It's working itself out here. It's on the constructive side because it's trading above this blue line, which is the 5-day moving average. Over here on the daily chart, it's going to struggle at this 1450 level roughly. But yesterday was a good start. Yeah, so the earnings were at post-market. So as long as it stays above, I would say, as long as it stays above that blue line, that's kind of the rule of thumb I've been working with lately. Stocks that drop below this, it's a 5-day moving average on the 15-minute chart. It's basically 130. 130 SMA on a 15-minute chart will give you this blue line rather than looking at it over here. And as long as it stays above this line, you're in good health. I would say that. Can you make me a scanner 2-minute support on the 200 SMA? So do you mean, let me first start by looking at what do we have available. So when that question comes up, pre-revenue, but still no earnings. Yeah, the chart, is all we can go on there, Don. And the footprints in the sand are still constructive. Okay, we don't have EMA, so I got to start there. So here we go. We open up a configure window. We go to search, and this is our library. So this is where you get all of your ideas. If you said 200 and I said SMA, 200 SMA, it's all we have. We've got some crosses here. We've got a 20 SMA cross on it above the 200. So a 20 crosses above the 200 on a 2-minute. 20 crosses below the 200 on a 2-minute. So that tells me we do have the 200 right here. So you're in luck. We have the 200 SMA as a filter. It's not the EMA, but it's really close enough. So what we can do is 20 EMA. Okay. So again, in that case, we're going to have to go 20 SMA because we don't have the EMAs, but it'll still work well for you. Change from the 20-minute, 20 period, 2-minute. So this is our filter right here. If you want to see more about this filter, you can click on the help button. But, what I can do is we can start from scratch and make a new alert window. Start from scratch, and we'll go to search, and we'll get that filter enabled. 20 SMA on change from 20 SMA 2-minute period percent. Okay, add that filter, and you want to see when it's trading at that area, and it's called the change from. So it's basically saying what's the distance from the 20 SMA. So on the minimum side, we'll let it go below 0.05%. And on the upper side, we'll make it just a tad above, resting 0.05% above. So you've got like a 0.1% straddle at the 2-minute 20 SMA. But from here, you want to see a drive down, I would imagine. So we're going to see new low. Low. Let's just do low and see what options we have. We don't have a new 2-minute low, but I would imagine it's going to be a new low on the day. So we can literally just use new low on the day. So we'll add that alert, enable that alert. And now we basically got the filter, new lows at the 20 SMA 2-minute period. But we need to tighten it up a little bit. We need to put some volume in there. Say volume's been at least 100,000 today. Change from the close. I think definitely, you might want it negative. If you want it negative, then you'd say negative 0.01. It has to be negative on the day. Maybe a minimum price of $5. So this is kind of a starting point you can do. You might even want to say volume 1 minute. You might even just want to have normal volume, 100% volume for 1 minute. And then we can give it a name. New low at the 200 SMA, 2 minute. So here's the scan. And these are stocks that are dipping down into their 200 SMA 2 minute. So I'll let you play with this. I'm going to give it to you now, and anybody else that wants it, using the cloud method. And I'll just drop it in the chat. And you just want to basically right-click that, save that link address, and then once you've saved the link address, you can open it up directly from the load from cloud. And then that scan that I just made will load for you. Silver so far above its 5-day moving average and wanting to go higher. How about that? Hit refresh. Now it's 345 for a roll of dimes. Funny. And here's the silver chart. So you can see last night, early in the morning, big attempt to drive down prices. It just met with solid buying, and they won't even let it get down to decent support. It just jumped right back in. A second attempt to sell it off before the stock market opened. It's been bought back completely. And we're really only $1 or $2 off of all-time highs. You're very welcome, Cootie. That's why we do this once a day. So it's so much easier to do this during live sessions than it is can't do it on the phone. And it's hard to do in chat sometimes. So, coming in here is a good thing for new users to get familiar. All right, what else? So assuming we're in the accumulation phase, and I'm just going to sit in some of this stuff. I did buy some GameStop. I don't know why, other than the fact I like the way it kind of filled this gap, and it's doing the same thing. It's holding this 10 SMA. And I noticed some volume come in this morning, so I bought a little bit. Nothing special. But right now, my big loser is this UAVS. I need this to kind of reverse. I shouldn't say big loser. This is the biggest winner of the year. I'm just in the inning. It's just in an inning of the game here. I'm trying to do a trade around. I had half position. Now I bought back into a full size again. And I do that hoping and assuming that this will hold this $1.50 level. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Happy New Year. Be sharp. It's been a good year so far because, again, the IWM is showing the small caps are happy. And that's my favorite playground, the small caps. I don't like to tie up a lot of money in Amazon. I'll play Tesla, but I'm out of it right now. I don't like to tie up a lot of money into the big guys. You're lucky if you can get a 3% run in those things in one day. I'd rather look for a stock like Serve Robotics, and maybe I can get a big push back up to these prior highs and then start to fade out. And that's my game. Just kind of surfing the market, not getting married to anything for too long. And then once it starts making its push, day and a half, 2 days into it, start fading out. Yeah, it's been so good to me this year. It's my biggest winner by far. And what it was a January effect play. I took it into the end of the year, just thinking I was underwater here. And I said, okay, this is one of those trades where tax loss selling just probably drove it down into the end of the year. There's a lot of good stuff going on out there, and I shouldn't be under $1. I'm just going to sit in this loser and see what happens. And then beautiful headline on the first day of the year, just totally changed the tone of this. And what we call this a pro gap. When it gaps up on giant volume, it usually never looks back. If it gaps up in a downtrend, it hasn't looked back. It has not come back to fill that gap. accumulation. Did you think accumulation last, January and February last year were a bit more volatile. If we go to, like, for instance, just Tesla for an example, I remember this because I was calling the low in Tesla down here. This was more capitulation. And it seems like, stock like Tesla and even the NASDAQ and the SPY, they all recovered. But if you're playing stocks that were doing hot, they're like SMR, Okla, that were once hot, all of a sudden turned cold. IONQ, the quant stocks, they went to sleep. A lot of these darling stocks went to sleep. And so it's almost a tale of two tapes. It's almost a tale of two tapes in that, if I just draw it, kind of looking at this time frame right here. There was all this euphoria, and then, oh no, we're over, and then now it's just kind of sliding sideways, maybe for the next run. That's kind of what I think. So this back here, as you said, in last February and March was scary. If you recall, it was news driven. The market was freaking out because we were going to move to a tariff system. And anybody who watched the news got their ass all in a panic because the people who read the news on the screen, read the words and get paid. Half of them don't even know what they're reading half the time. Got everybody scared about how tariffs are, scary, bad tariffs. Well, in hindsight, it wasn't a bad deal. Now we're worried about, oh my God, are they going to take them away from us? The market's always worried about something. Well, it's worried about, are they going to take away the tariffs that everybody was worried about a year ago? It's ridiculous. So you can see Chicken Little, constantly fear, greed. What's the story? It's been an interesting year, that's for sure. That was more of capitulation. We'll call that, Teddy, a minor capitulation. What I need is for Cramer to come out and say, silver is done. Don't buy silver. Jim Cramer. Well, I just can't really get my prices today. I'm still underwater. Just sitting in things that, like I said, I believe are being accumulated. Every chance they attempt to break out, they can't. But what I keep telling myself is don't get caught up in this. Continue to focus on the bigger picture here. This is constructive. Nice little dish, half moon above all the moving averages. Ideally that would resolve. A black swan event you can't foresee would break us. But these types of setups, in my experience, are accumulation, and they should they're just waiting for something. I don't know what they're waiting for. I'm not familiar with those ratios so much as you are, but that doesn't mean they're not valuable, because we all kind of glitch on to the patterns that we all notice. And my patterns are more visual than they are data-driven. It's DJT. I'm in this one. Again, every attempt to break out is stymied, but the buyers just keep coming back, creating higher lows, base camps higher up on the mountain. It's not doing well at all. It never triggered. JetBlue was supposed to trigger the high of Friday, and it never triggered the high of Friday, 520. It opened up at 512 and never looked back. And so it's null and void. I didn't take it. Nobody should have taken it. That's why we give a trigger. The one from the prior week, the Rocket Lab's doing pretty good. Seeing some of these miners catch a little bid here, Bitcoin guys. 173 is my average price in this American Bitcoin, and it's a hold, it's not a trade. I'm using some capital allocation in my 401k to get Bitcoin exposure, but I'm still waiting for the happy bids to come in. It won't do it. Do I think silver's overbought? I think it's just, yeah, I don't think it's overbought. I think this is different this time. I think we're in a whole new realm. It's probably headed to 100. And honestly, I'm kind of waiting for 100. I've literally got some of this sitting on my coffee table behind me. Got some of these. And I've got some of these, just, stuff that was passed down from father-in-law I've been holding on to for a long time. And it just seems to me if we run up and hit that magic $100 number, that's the point at which I would deal some off, just like a good stock trade. Maybe turn that into crypto. I don't know. So I'm with you. I think it's just getting started. The story is just, it's bad. There's some people who are probably, institutions who are probably in really big trouble, and we just haven't heard about it yet. You can't buy the big bar ounces. Yeah, they're sold out right now, and you're on a waiting list. Okay, so the suggestion was based on the situation. If it crossed the suggested trigger next week, yeah, I mean, you can stay with it because I'm going to show you why. The Jets is the ETF, and they made a higher high, and then they just kind of went sideways. Southwest Airlines was a leader as well, and they've just been going sideways. So if Jets and Southwest Air and United all make a new that's Under Armour. Forgot the symbol. It doesn't matter. If they all make a new push higher, I don't see how JetBlue can't be dragged higher. That was the initial story. We just never got the push through that we needed. Now, what we did get is a nice reversal candle yesterday that's higher than this. So it could be building another little camp there. That being said, I'll set an alert as well. I will reset the alert at 521. And if it goes off and if I have money, and I will evaluate what's happening in real time and see if I want to participate. Trigger was 520. Yeah. I just made it 521. Just make sure it cleared that. What are your thoughts on a large move on less than average volume? Which one do you mean? Do you mean JetBlue, DEF 16, or do you mean the market in general? Dow has also been very shapely. That's a beautiful chart, the Dow, the diamonds. Come on, UAVS. Dig in. By the end of the day, I really hope this is the low of the day in that thing. Quantbit's trying. Yeah, I've followed very closely, Don. JP Morgan, I think, pulled a fast one. Everybody thought they were short, and they flipped long. And then they put a big blanket over their physical, and they said, nobody's touching this. We're not selling. And then China's like, oh, shit, what are we going to do? We got to hold our exports back. So it just was like the shot across the bow. I think JP Morgan kind of pulled a fast one on the physical market. We probably saw the same thing, I'm thinking, Don. We probably saw the same person. Yeah. In general, our suspect when higher than average moves on lower than average volume. Yes. And that's why DEF 116, when I see something start to move, let's look at GameStop right here. Now, let's see something making a high. Let's look at, I need to find a good example here. Maybe something that's moving. Okay, so something like IBRX, it's in play today. What I will do is if it's going to new highs, and I'm really waiting for this thing to try and take out highs, I'm going to watch this right here. This is the 5-minute volume and the 1-minute volume, and it's in percent. So right now it's doing 3.6 times normal 5-minute. It's doing 2.4 normal 1-minute. So when I see things push to new highs, I'm literally watching the pulse of the volume. And that's what this is. It's the pulse of the volume. And in general, something should be doing good relative volume anyway, which you see right there. So that little blue marker is a nice visual that just says, hey, this is a solid relative volume value today. So if this thing wants to go make a new high, the chances are it can, because the volume is still there. If this thing died off and went to like 15% volume and 70% and it was trying to make a new high, I'd be scared. I'd probably sell. So this is a great example of how trade ideas can really keep you on the pulse of what's going on. And then this as well down here, this pulse, new highs and new lows. Somebody made an X post that says Tesla should buy Hertz. I've often thought about that, but I'm not going to buy this based on speculation. So for me, real quick, I've got exposure in a silver miner, AG. I've got exposure in a possible goofy, who knows what, GameStop. I've got exposure in robotics with Serve. I've got exposure in alternative energy with Plug. I've got exposure in quants with Qubits. I've got a core holding DJT. I've got exposure to rare earth metals in TMC. I've got exposure to Bitcoin in ABTC, although it doesn't really want to help me much. And then I've got exposure to drones in UAVS. And that's pretty much all I've got. That's my little diversified small cap, high growth tech portfolio there until it changes. Oh, RR, yeah. I was trying that the other day. And this is another perfect example of what I was talking about. I've been getting suckered into these false breakouts. And these false breakouts, again, are all occurring above our moving averages. And that's what Brian said to me, is like, yeah, I think you're right, CEO. I think we are in a kind of accumulation phase for a lot of these small caps that were once strong. They're trying to get going again, but they just can't get out of their own way. And the same goes for a lot of these Bitcoin miners. Cypher, false starts and then floor drops and then false starts. So to me, this is like accumulation, because this is what the silver miners were doing last week before they took off. Remember this back here? Just all of this manipulation. They couldn't get out of their own way. Up, down, gap, up. And it was always a reversal. No matter how they opened, they would reverse. And so people were accumulating before they did get a final pop. And I think that's what the action is in some of these names, that if you just can't get any follow through, and our Serves, actually, that's one of the reasons I picked Serves, because it doesn't look like these other ones getting stuck. Yeah, that's nice. That's grinding higher. It's certainly not getting held back. Forgot what they do. Data center. Okay. Oh, you guys, I had it. All right, Macro Steve here. I had a crazy thought. Somebody actually kind of tipped it off, but I ran with it and thought, okay. What's the number one reason that we need all this energy? One of the main reasons that we need all this energy to run these data centers is to cool them down. What's one of the reasons we don't have data centers in Hawaii or Arizona in the day? We got to keep these suckers cool, and that's expensive. Follow me on this. What if, again, Trump, his company purchased a fusion company? They're very much aware of the need for energy going forward. We're behind the curve on our nuclear, on our demand for energy that's coming. So what if one of the strategic and unmentioned reasons for him wanting Greenland for our own use is the ambient air temperature out there? It costs much less to cool a data center if you build them in Greenland and ship the data to us, and we own that. And it gives US mining and US data centers an edge in energy usage. Just a thought from Macro Steve. Cool. Yeah, you got it, DJ. It's cooling. I think I got goosebumps when I thought about that. Of course, he's not going to say it, but I think that's one of the reasons. We'll know at some point in the end of the story. But I found that interesting. Input on PT or PLTM. Platinum, yeah, it is super strong. Those gaps, it's hard to trade this ETF because of the overnight risk and the weekend risk that you lose. But it's strong. It is there just with, like the rest of them. Excuse me. I'd sure like to see this TMC get going. Solar, yeah, so solar, ARRY. Brian gave me this idea. I like this play. I've actually got my daughter in some. She gave me the keys to her TD Ameritrade account. So dad's trading my daughter's account. You guys have probably seen her on some of the YouTube, TikTok reels with the long hair. ARRY, array. They make solar arrays. That's an interesting chart. I like that one. CSIQ, I looked at that the other day. Canadian Solar, still under pressure. But a lot of the solar names are chip names, but I kind of like this ARRY because it's a pure play. They make the ground mounting systems. So that, Elon, which if you haven't listened to that podcast he did right at the end of the year, they just released it like last week at SpaceX. Some annoying guy is interviewing him. He kept interrupting him. I had to stop listening. But I got as far as hearing that he thinks solar is going to be the energy solution. And he's talking like massive solar farms in the middle of Arizona, the heat belt where nobody lives, the flyover country when you look out the window if you fly out west. Did they? Okay, yeah, I didn't know that. That's a great point, Patrick. So the precedent has been set with Hive. And maybe, let's look at their chart. How do they look compared to the others? Pretty good. They're kind of breaking out. I like this one. Compared to like Riot. No, that one's breaking out too. Mara. Held back a little bit. I don't know what the deal is. Probably ABTC at some point. They're going to release this thing. That too. There's a lot going on in Greenland. There's a strategic military location. You're going to intercept missiles, which we don't think are going to happen anymore. But yeah, there's without a doubt energy and minerals and the ability to cool. I think where we are right now is we just got to find out what's the price. There's probably town hall meetings going on over there, and these people are just getting ready to win the lottery. Generational wealth is coming their way and jobs. They're going to be set in their little yellow and green and pink houses over there with no sunlight. Did you see there's a new manned mission to the moon? Yes, I've been ribbing Dan about it, if you guys know what I mean. I told Dan, I said, that's awesome. When it happens, you and I can go up there and we can look down and see if the earth is flat or not. And you can tell me what you see and I'll tell you what I see. Till then. Oh, I think so. I don't think there's no real claim on it. And Trump pretty much knows what he's doing. And when he says something, he's usually he's telegraphing what's coming, whether it's plan A or plan B. But I think it'll come down to like probably a vote of the people that live there. The money will go to the people. It's not going to go to any government or any sovereignty. I bet on highs. Well, that's a happy sight. I like that. We're not getting a lot of pullback in Bitcoin. And here's something else to consider. Look at the correlation. I'm talking about this. We came out of the new year just dead asleep. Or we came out of this weekend just dead asleep. There was just no vol. And all of a sudden, volume came in. The same goes with XRP. Dead asleep, and all of a sudden, volume came in. Well, silver actually did the same thing in terms of price action. And what Andy and I kind of noticed and talked about is like it always seemed like either silver and gold were strong and Bitcoin was weak, or crypto was weak and crypto was strong and the gold miners and silver were weak. But now all of a sudden, I think the play is they both realize that the US dollar is probably dead and we're headed towards a asset-backed US dollar, which probably includes crypto and gold and silver. So when you look at your money right now, it says federal note. That's like monopoly money, and that's going to be going away soon. I guarantee it. That's why there's a mad rush of all these countries to repatriate and bring gold and silver back onto their shores and hold the physical, and to hell with the paper market. I think, Stephen, it's on, just like silver is on $100 roll, I think Bitcoin is on a 100,000 roll. And it's probably coming back to gun for this 94 level again. Maybe we'll hit 100 in Bitcoin, 1,000 and $100 in silver at the same weekend or at the same time. Yeah, it's real easy to get tired of ABTC. It's almost like they're manipulating the damn thing, just like DJT. They love to pound those names that have the Trump name in them, whatever. Imagine if you were a resident of Greenland. I mean, I can't imagine not voting for it. Just name your price. So yeah, I'd love to see these continue. And again, this market is supposedly just hanging on a possible ruling from the Supreme Court on whether or not the tariffs that everybody was so upset, freaked out about a year ago, now realizes it wasn't a big deal, and we probably don't want to take them away unless you guys all like paying income tax. Because once you get rid of all the fraud and waste and abuse and crime using the Doge network that's been installed, and we're talking probably, I think, 600-700 billion a year is what they're estimating. You clean that out, and then you start bringing in 800, 900, a trillion in tariffs each year, and you're close to balancing the budget without having an IRS. You've got external revenue rather than internal revenue. So if people like paying the IRS, go ahead and cheer for SCOTUS shooting down tariffs, because that's what that would mean. Look at this perfect example. Somebody wants qubits, which I own, and 3 attempts to rally have all been squashed, but they won't break it down. So it's just, this is accumulation to me in a lot of these names, which basically means patience. Because if I just get frustrated and get out, more than likely the trading gods will laugh at me and they'll just gap them up and run them tomorrow, the next day, and I'll be left in the cold. So I might as well have risk on somewhere. I'm really surprised that this metals company is not moving higher, but whatever. Wouldn't paying back revenue from tariffs add a big chunk of debt to the deficit? No, I think, and the other thing Trump keeps teasing about, and you probably heard him, is he says, well, maybe we'll just revalue our gold and Fort Knox and some crypto, and we'll just pay off the debt. That's what we're going to do. It's coming. The debt is going to be resolved, and we're going to move back to a normal economic system where the dollar is not fiat. It's not created by a central bank, which essentially just types on a keyboard and creates more dollars digitally out of thin air and then ships it off to someplace. Half the time, it's probably corrupt, going to some NGO that's abusing it and stealing it and sending it overseas and whatnot. You just can't kill silver. It's been suppressed for so long. Well, somebody has to do it. Perfect Circle, people like Nick Shirley and what's his name? The Project Veritas guy, Ian Carroll, because the traditional media is certainly not doing the job. They're just doing what they're told. So this is definitely the era of the citizen journalist. Thank you, O'Keefe. And the whole, everything ties together. The whole outrage that everybody's feeling when they see what's happening with our money just being sent to NGOs and nobody's checking on it. And people are just ripping us off left and right. They're not doing what the money is intended to do. Daycare centers, meal centers, medical transports, they're just shell companies. You can't deny it. It's going to be exposed. So the media won't talk about it because they're part of the corporate structure. They're told what to do, but people that are independent can do whatever they want, and they can present you with the facts, and you can decide whether or not they're bullshitting you. James O'Keefe is the best because people keep falling for his setups, and there's nothing wrong with setting those people up to get to the truth. Oh yeah, the old MH370. That's an interesting rabbit hole. The video that they have reported from like a military satellite of 3 objects circling that plane and then it disappears. It's almost like the TV show Lost. Yeah, Veritas kicked him out, so he had to create his own group. Veritas probably got compromised. So to me, back to Bitcoin, it just seems like it's sideways action, kind of waiting for the moving averages to catch up to it, whether I'm looking at the ETF there or whether we're looking here at this. Just some sideways action, waiting for the moving average to kind of catch up. And other than that, I'm not doing anything. I'm just kind of sitting in the little diversified stuff that I bought. See what happens. MindMed got a new symbol. $114. Yeah, that was yesterday. I don't know. I have no idea. Is it Mind? No, that's technology. DFTX. Ah, there it is. See how I did that, you guys? I just typed the word mind and I was looking through the different names. So the search function works pretty well. And then I found this one that had the same name. So I guess I better heart star that and keep an eye on that. Mind Medicine, DFTX. So they went to the NASDAQ. Is that what happened? They went to the NASDAQ? Mind Med was also NASDAQ. I don't know. It's weird. I've already forgotten the symbol. DFTX. There you go. I have hope for this chart that it will resolve better, but we'll see. All right, I got a couple more minutes, it looks like, you guys. So, ouch, if you're holding on to a question or a chart, I can look at something before I have to go. Andy will be in tomorrow. Monday is a holiday, if you didn't catch that. Chris will be in Tuesday. BE, that's another alternative energy. So I don't have that. So that's one of the reasons I like plug, is that I really like that chart too. I think plug is my alternative energy exposure. I don't have any BE, but I'm familiar with BE. It's also Ballard Power. Yeah, that one's not as good. So yeah, I'll just sit in that one. See what happens. There's also F cell. That's the one I was thinking of. No, it doesn't look good either. Plug looks the best of all of them. BE is kind of leading them. But as everybody's scrambling around again, talking about what are we going to do about energy? How are we going to get energy? DJT bought a fusion company, merged with a fusion. NNE is fission, nano fission, Oklo. So all sorts of ideas to try and power up what we're going to need to power up. There you have it.
I'm here. It snuck up on me. I mean, just in a fabulous trade, Steve, a fabulous trade. Take a look at GLXY. How from 34, just a little over, I'm sorry, from 31, just a little over 31.
Another data center, huh? Interesting.
Is that what it is? I don't even know what it is.
I always like to know. I got to know. I always like to know.
Oh man. Anyway, but look how gentle it is. I don't know if you have the trade
I see it
running.
Yeah,
on a 2 or a 5, hasn't broken down once.
I can tell. It's one of those just solid bids.
Yeah. Anywho, I'll let you go, and thanks for
look at my screen.
Me.
Look at my screen real quick. Brian sent me this. We're going skiing in a couple of weeks.
Oh wow.
He said these guys skied a mountain in British Columbia that never been skied. They had to take like a boat all the way up into this inland. And these dudes are just insane.
Ooh, no kidding. Because what happens if they have an accident?
He did. It started off with a crash. It was really nasty. It was crazy. Oh, this is him crashing.
Wow. Cool. Yeah, well, there's some spectacular scenery, obviously, in my province. So
yeah,
especially the mountains.
Yeah.
Okay, my friend. Well, thanks again, and we'll see you next week.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'm just got to grab the screen. Got to let Steve exit his screen. There we go. Grabbing the screen in YouTube. Get my music going. Just talking about to Steve. So you guys know I was in this galaxy. I mean, that is beautiful. I mean, look at this 2 minute. Now that's the first. I bet if I go to a 1 minute, I'll go to a 1 minute, and it's possible we'll see it. Not quite, no orange, but I've taken some off, guys. Okay. I mean, I was in just over the 31 mark, and what a run! What a beautiful run. 2 minute on the 2 minute. So how to stay in a trade? There was no reason to get out at any point. Right there, yes, yeah. And I don't mean the whole the whole trade. I'm gonna hold on. I mean, this is a little more dramatic though, because it is breaking down below, but we'll see. I mean, now I bet you it could be orange on the 1 minute. Still not orange. But because I'm in I'm in quite a bit lower than this, and I hadn't taken anything off until here, I'm going to hang on just in case it reclaims this area and keeps going. And I wish I'd still had my a little bit of that HSAI. I got out of it a long time ago. You too, Ahmed. We'll see you tomorrow. Is you talking to me, Dan, as far as interactive brokers? I think it might be a little less restrictive, but it's still restrictive. I mean, I didn't try. If you're talking about, for instance, the SP, where are you here? Wow. So MLEC got halted 14 times. I didn't try to trade it today. So, but I was told it was untradeable at interactive brokers. There you are, the SPHL. Yeah, I was told it was untradeable. You couldn't trade it. There are some. I mean, does it bother me? Um, I haven't come across it enough that it's bothered me that much. Every now and then you get one, they say, no, we won't let you trade it. I don't know. You're not just talking about not being able to short it. You're talking about being able to buy it. Schwab, yeah, we were Schwab definitely. Thinkorswim, well, Thinkorswim, Schwab, Fidelity allowed it for some reason, but I can't say that it's widespread at Interactive Brokers. I have to admit, I haven't been trading these sort of stocks as much over the last little while. I've been concentrating a little bit more on stocks with not quite the that the low float. Not because I don't want to trade them, but I've just found other things that are not. I hate to use the term easier, but they're just a little less. Well, they're a lot less volatile. I mean, I was surprised to hear that Fidelity let you. Well, let a person if they had Fidelity to buy it. But um, how many? Well, you don't know, of course. I was going to say how many shares were available. So I see Devon is moving down now. DVN Energy Play. It's still, in fact, my guess. Let's take a look at XLE. I mean, it's not collapsing or anything, but it's certainly not as positive as it was before. Wow, that finally had a massive drop. Finally, look at that right? Look at the pop it had. That was from that scan, and then boom, what a top. Okay, Vito. So watch what I do. So the question is, I'm going to go over this again. You should do it probably twice a day. Oh, it's a takeover. Okay, speculation. So go to click on new from the toolbar. Click on new from the toolbar. Then click on dock to channel bar. Dock to channel bar. Okay. Ah, we don't have it for silver. Okay, I know it now. I know what you're talking. We do not have it for silver. Probably we should. I wonder if we could add it. I know they don't want to overwhelm the channel, but you go to sector status. So click on dock channel bar. Click on the show more. Go down to sector status. So this is what you're talking about. Yeah, so silver is not one of the ones we have here. Now you can create your own. If you can find there's got to be some website that would have the major components of silver. Okay, SLV. We just don't have it here, and they may not. They don't want to overload the channel. Though I guess silver would. If I had to add one, I'd probably be silver. Okay, but if you're looking for energy, so here's XLE. Where are you? XLE is right here. So you can see 75% of them were down, but here are the one that the CTRA, which is not up as much as it was when it got up to here, but the BKR, WMB, EQT, these are all the positive ones. And then you go down to the bottom, and these are Devon. So William is saying this is a takeover speculation. And so maybe there's been some cold water thrown on it. So that's why it's gone down a little bit more than the rest of them. But here's APA. So we don't have silver here, but you could create, your own little chart with silver. You'd have to go to a website to find the stocks that are in the silver ETF, and then you just create a top list window, add the symbol list, and then you could do the same thing. You could have it. As far as relative volume is concerned, I mean, that would just be a matter. We don't have, I don't think we have it as a column here, but you could take all of these, okay? And you could adjust them for what you want to see. For instance, if you wanted to see relative volume as a column and then sort on it, you could do that, but you'd have to add it. You can take any one of these and pop it out. So watch, if I take energy, where are you again? XLE. So I'm going to right click on it and then I'm going to duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay. So here it is now. So it's free floating. Now I could take it. Let me see if I can understand what you meant by that. Let me just go over here. Well, okay. When you talk about the top ETF, I mean, this is our list of them. Okay. Yeah, are there other ETFs that are available? Of course. Well, the race will show it. The race is looking at this, I believe, is the sectors here. Okay. So this is the race will show the ones that are moving the most. But these are the sectors that are these are the ones that we've got in here. Are there many more? Of course there are. But we added a few. I know we added gold and silver. Well, this race is picking up these. Okay, it's picking up these ones because it's a symbol list that was added. You could, but if you wanted to, in fact, there was another. ETF racing as an example, okay? This has way more as an example, okay? So here, a lot more ETFs are in here. So who's moving now? This on the race, the gainers, okay? Well, you just got to, again, you've got to go to the, click on new from the toolbar, click on dock channel bar, okay? Click on dock channel bar, click on the show more. So your channel bar will look like this. Just click on the show more and then scroll down until you see ETF racing. Where are you? Oh, well, okay, it's at the top. So let me go to another one. Okay, so click on the show more and scroll down till you see ETF racing. It's a channel. Okay. Well, again, when you say all, there are probably thousands of them now. I mean, so I can't tell you, how many they're going to have in here, but it'll be a pretty complete list. It'll be a big list. Okay, this is the list right there that we have. Okay, and these are the losers. So here are the gainers. I mean, there are a ton of them in here. Okay. Now, does that mean every single ETF in the world is in here? Probably no. I'll guarantee no. But it's certainly enough to keep you satisfied. But what would make up SLV, Ken? It has to be more than that, right? It has to be more than that. Well, you don't have to create this. It's right here. This is showing you the if you click on the change from the open, you're looking for the change from the open. Okay, so AMU, I don't know what this one is. The AMD bull. So actually, we've got some of the symbols in here. So some of the stock ETFs are in here. Okay, now to answer your question, not exactly. I mean, only in the other channel. But if you knew what stocks made up SOXL, if you knew what stocks made up SOXL, if that's okay, then you could. I just don't know. I don't know if I'm even phrasing it correctly. In the other one that I showed you, in the sector status, So, I mean, here, you can create your own. You can create all of this here on your own if you want. In other words, if you wanted to have, but Ken, you're not saying that those are the only tickers in SLV, right? I mean, it can't be, right? Really? It would seem strange to me that, other one well, my guess is that, things like PAAS, I mean, there are a lot of silver plays, big ones, but I don't know what to say. Because to have an ETF with only 3 stocks in it seems a little overkill or underkill. But to answer your question, Vito, if you took one like XLE, okay, we do have XLE here. Okay, so if you were looking at the top sectors, and you look at XLE up 2.3%, we do have XLE here. But for instance, the other day, um, NLR was one of the top sectors. Okay, this is the new. We don't have the symbols that make it up, but you do a little bit of work on your own, I guess. You can find out what symbols are in NLR, and you would create a symbol list, and then you would create a top list, and then you could attach it to the top list, and then you could track them, if that makes sense. You have to do a little bit of work, but we don't have NLR down here. But these are considered, I guess, the major 9 sectors. But it's not a bad thing to look at. So again, you could take. Let me. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. Let's just say you wanted to follow energy every single day. Every single day, you wanted to follow energy, regardless of whether you may want to see what energy is doing. XLE. Okay. You could pop this out. Okay. So if you don't want to have the whole channel up, okay, so you could pop it out. You just go into any one of these and right click and duplicate into a free floating window, okay? And that basically gets it out of the channel. And here it is, free floating, right? So let's just say for you wanted to, without having to go to this channel, you wanted to see what the top sectors were. So you could have this up and running. Good grief, how can they do that? But here we go. So here's SMH, the top sector. But let's just say you wanted to follow the energy sector all the time. Well, you could just pop this out, right click, duplicate into free floating window. Here it is. Now you can start adding, you want to have the relative volume on the top here. So right click, configure. You want to add it as a column so you can sort on it. Okay, so let's see if it's here. If it's not here, I'll have to, there it is. Okay, so now I've added it as a column. So now I can right click on it, double left click rapidly on it, and that tells me this CTRA. Look at that, relative volume of 8, DVN 3. In red, it means it's down for the day. Okay, so you can do things like that. You can create any column header you want and sort on it, whatever is interesting to you. Okay, so that's for energy. If you for whatever reason you wanted to follow healthcare, retail, you could pop them all out and create your own little topless windows. Okay, not a bad thing to do. Just concentrating on just a few these sectors, maybe the strong and maybe the weak sector. the weakest sector of the day, and see what's happening. See, this is Pepe. Don't look. Okay. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I had a problem with my video, so just give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. I'm having some issues, internal issues, so just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. Sorry, I've got a problem here with something. So, all right. Okay, guys, I am now. You know what? I missed a reentry. I missed a reentry one. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get back into R field, but I missed this. I did my video on it, but I missed the IBRX reentry. Completely missed it. The reentry was at 340, and and they got as high as 386. Can I look at Oscar? Sure. I looked at Oscar earlier. Was it just underneath 12, maybe? No, not 12, not 12. It was underneath some whole number that I. No, I'm thinking of another stock. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm sure I saw that on the scan on that scan early in the day, Oscar. Because I was looking at it. I mean, on a daily chart, it's coming into the 18 level. So, well, it's at 1807, and that high right there is 1817. High right there is 1820. So those are too close. And then there's a high over here at 1820. So it would have to take these out. Then the next high is 1863. So it would have a little bit of room if it got through that. Well, I'm not in it. I'm not in the CTRA. So that's why the DVN and the CTRA are going in opposite directions. Shareholders are liking the CTR shareholders are liking that it might be off the buyout or the buying of it, and the Devon shareholders, of course, are not liking that. So that's the reason. Okay. Bonjour to you too, Mr. 153. I gotta. You know what? I mix up my Spanish and my French now. Oh, it's cafe au lait. Okay. Set new resistance in description only to be over $1 instead of seeing it back and forth, the same stock popping up. You mean to look left to see when a stock has made a new high for the day, to be able to look left and make sure it's at least $1 away? Is that what you mean? Because that requires a custom formula, which I have. So when you click on an alert, as long as it's made a new high for the day, it'll look left on a daily chart to see where the next high is. And if you want to make sure it's at least $1 away, there's a custom formula you can use. I can give it to you, and you can create it and create a filter using it if you want. Okay, I can only give you the formula. You're going to have to create the custom formula yourself, but so I can walk you through the steps. You can go to our guide, but just give me a moment. Where is it? Oh, I think maybe. Okay, just give me a moment, okay? Just got to. I got to find it. Oh, wait a minute here. You know what? They changed the website on me. Just give me a minute. Oh, good. Whew. All right, so here it is. Just got to find it. Distance to the next high. Okay, there's your custom formula. So it'll show you if you're going to go short or long. Has to be at least a dollar. Well, whatever you want it to be. Okay, this will be like so you create this. This will be a filter, and then you have a min and a max. Okay, so if you want the next high or low to be at least a dollar away, once you've clicked on an alert that uh, which is at the high of the day today, then you can put whatever you want in the min and the max box. So by that I mean, ooh, don't want to have it anymore. Oh, give me a moment, guys. I just accidentally shut something down. At any rate, if you create this, you create this. This is the custom formula you create. It'll be just like a filter then once you create it, and then you have a min and a max box, and you can say minimum of whatever you want it to be away from that high. From remember now, it only works though if it's a new high for the day. So again, I'm sorry. This is what I was talking about. Okay, so if I click on distance here, unfortunately, I cannot give it to you. Okay, you have to create it yourself. I'm not trying to hide it or anything like that. But so the distance to the next high or low, that's like a filter. If you've never done one before, it'll start with U something or other. If you've never done one before, like U stands for user, could be U0, could be U1. So if I add the filter, okay, it's just like, see, so you have a min and a max. So if you want it to be a minimum of at least a dollar away, or whatever that number is, you put it in here. Okay. And every time you get a new high of the day alert, you can add it as a column. You can see you can add it as a filter, and keep it like one, but or you could also add as a column up here so you could see exactly what it is, how far away it is. Good luck. Most people, it's not nothing we usually talk about because most people don't use custom formulas anymore. But I shouldn't say it like that. Most people don't. I'd say 98% of our customers have never made one before. And you can see all the ones I made. I have 100 of them. I don't use them anymore. I went when I first got the program. I thought, all right, I need this, and I just don't even use them anymore. Not because they're bad. It's just I don't need them for my trading style anymore. That one is something I possibly I could add. So, for instance, in this one right here, I could add it. So, but I'd rather see the alerts. I'd rather see the alerts regardless of whether they're a dollar away or whatever that number is. Then I can figure out something. What would be really nice, but for whatever reason, it seems impossible to do, is to have a top list at the end of the day and have that top list tell you all the stocks that are over like $1 or $2 or $3 away from the high. So you could maybe plan the next day to see, wow, okay, which ones are what's so the theory being big gaps, big gap potential fills. Well, this was boring as anything. Unfortunately, I did get out of it early, but I mean, this would have been okay also. This H right there obviously takes them off, but yeah, exactly. Cafe, exactly. But I asked for that many, many years ago, and he's just not able to do it, or they didn't want to commit to the result. I don't know. I don't want to speak for the company and stuff like that. They give me the greatest scanner on earth. So what am I? I'm going to complain that I don't get the odd thing I want. Okay, guys. Well, it's 1:31. So one last look at my homepage then for the day. Okay, guys, did I trade AXTI from my? I didn't do a video on that one. My video I did was on IBRX actually. I missed the darn thing, but I always like to point out, using the reentry. I didn't do a video on. I did not do a video on AXTI. I mentioned it earlier, yeah, but I did not. I did not take it. I did not do. I did not take it. How does path look for a reversal play? PATH. Well, I mean, the trend is still down, right? So, I mean, it's still negative for the day. If are you talking about intraday? You're talking about swinging it, or what are you talking? Right. The other thing I noticed is that the VWAP is just a little bit above it, 1521. So it would have to take that out if you're looking, in my opinion. I mean, it's already reversed, yes. But if you're looking at it right now, see how close it is to the VWAP. If you follow the VWAP, if you don't think the VWAP is a big deal, then never mind. But I'm assuming you're talking about intraday reversal, not like a swing reversal. Well, I mean, it may have found a base. I mean, the low today was 1502. The low yesterday was 1506. So it may have found a base, yeah, but it certainly hasn't turned yet. Oh, so you are talking just intraday, quick. Well, I mean, well, I mean, you're talking about it right now because obviously you're not. It's not at 1502. So you're saying if it gets back down to 1502? Oh, if it did. Yeah, I mean, so put a price alert there and see what happened. Well, for me, it wouldn't be enough. You're gonna have to take a few shares because I mean, the VWAP would be 20 cents away. For me, that's not enough, but maybe you have a different idea. Because if it doesn't work, where are you gonna put your stop? Okay, so let's say you take it at 15, okay? Where are you gonna put your stop? If your stop in theory could not be more than 10 cents away. In theory, right? Because if you got it right at 15 and it went right to 15.20 and that's where you got out because that's where it stalled, so you make 20 cents. So you shouldn't be risking more than 10 cents on the trade. But does that make sense? I mean, there's no chart there's no yeah, there's nothing 10 cents away that you could even consider that it could hold. Because if you look left on the daily chart down here, it's 14.18. That would be obviously way too wide a stop. But you see, the way I put stops is I don't just make up a number and say, okay, my stop is 10 cents away. It has to be based on something. For me, it has to be based on do I see something on the chart I'd like to think that 10 cent like underneath in this particular case. Let's just say for argument's sake, I don't know, 1490 was right underneath. It looked like there was good support at 1490, 10 cents away. Then I could say, oh, okay, maybe. What do you mean is a normal day trading strat? You mean having stops? I did not trade. It was not shortable for me at KGP at Interactive Brokers stub. So I don't know what you mean. Is that a normal day trading strategy? I you mean I don't know what is normal. I'm not a scalper. I don't look for quick hits. I mean, sometimes they turn into them, but I'm not going into a trade thinking it's going to be a quick hitter. I mean, sometimes they turn into it and I get out quickly because I don't like the way it's trading. Beyond meat. Is it over $1? Yeah, over $1. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, let me get back to my homepage. Oops. So, I mean, getting back to the path on 162, I could not figure out a way to just say, okay, it could move 20 cents. If it moves down 10 cents, I'll get out. I mean, I just don't trade like that. It would have to make sense where I'm putting a stop, not just a number. But please, if you think if it goes back to 15, by all means, you want to take the trade, go ahead. Okay. My homepage. So there is the promo right now. You'll get 15% off all the subscriptions. Okay. So that's on the premium standard monthlies and the premium standard annuals. Now, remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, you're only getting the discount on the first month only. Okay. What's the criteria for a shortable? You mean, well, every broker is different, of course, KGP. Okay. And I mean, I would call in the old days, it used to mean, I don't know if it still means the same thing. As long as your broker had a lot of people who had bought, say Stub, so they could lend them out, they could lend it out. I mean that, okay. But it goes from broker to broker. Some I've noticed that IB seem to never be able to short, but some other broker there could be. And then other times I have plenty of IB shorts and others don't. You're always going to find shorts for the big stocks because they're held widely. How do you find the download link? Just give me one moment, Brian. I'll quickly go through this, okay? So taking out a subscription, all I would ask is use my code. It helps to keep the rooms free, moderating 2 rooms, YouTube and the trading room. So if you're in YouTube, you can come into the trading room if you want. More action, a lot more interaction amongst traders, okay? If you don't care, you just want to listen and listen to me and see my screen, that's fine. But if you do want to have more interaction amongst traders, come into the trading room. It's free also. Also, this room is open at the trading room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, and I open YouTube around 8:30. And the reason I can't have YouTube opening at the same time is Obi in the trading room. He opens it, so there is moderation. Okay, where there is nobody who could moderate the YouTube room. Well, nobody. I don't have any. I'm not asking anybody to moderate the YouTube room, so I can't leave it unmoderated. I guess that's the point. So I open it at 8:30. And why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada. So 6:45 is 3:45 my time. So thank you, Obi, again for opening the room so early. And when I leave, sometime between usually 2 and 2:30, this room is still open. William says he'll keep this room open until 3:45. I do have to shut. I have to shut down YouTube though. Okay. And also keep scrolling down. You click on my homepage link. You can sign up for the trade of the week. Steve, who took over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he's the originator of the trades of the week. And we went over it. It's not a bad one. It just didn't trigger. So it's sort of a non event, but it is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Education. First thing you must do if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, they're getting started. 12 short videos. You don't have trade ideas, start off with the second one, and then you can go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about what the program is capable of doing. So you might want to try this for at least a month. Okay. Back down here. Remember, if a month is a month, the monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, all free. Okay. And then last, if you're looking for some of the things that I am currently sharing, and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down. Here are the scans. So are you talking about this, Brian? The download links. What links are you actually talking about? Or are you talking about literally to download the program? So you have a toolbar. Oh, okay. They should have in the email you got. It should have been somewhere, but let me see make sure this link works. That doesn't work. Oh, but you signed up quite a while ago, didn't you? Having a problem. Okay, well, I'll just find it. Okay, 2 hours. Oh, they should have. You should have had something by now. that said, here's how you download the program. But just give me a moment, okay? Okay, here is a download link. Oh, come on, Pepe. I was almost going to do it. There it is. There it is. Okay, there's your download link. And what I would do is well, Pepe says he doesn't like the beta still. So download you have two options right there. He says the beta might have some bugs in it. I don't know what they are. You still say I mean, I'm always on a later version. You s- do you still think it's buggy, Pepe? The beta? Okay, well, Pepe is even giving you something better. Ah, see that says 104. So 108 is more advanced more advanced. I don't know what the differences are, but you can use that download link then that Pepe has put in. It says 104, so his it says 108. And you think the beta is still kind of buggy. The only bugginess that I saw, and I don't know if it was a beta because I'm not even on a beta. I'm on a development version. Was the spy chart, but right now the spy chart is in sync. That was the only thing that I found that was buggy. Ah, no kidding. Yeah, they want cash. Now, if you're looking for the intraday moment, so are you looking for my scans now? So let's assume you've downloaded the program. Okay. So you've got a toolbar. You've got a toolbar up here. Okay. So let me know once you're finished downloading. Okay. And then I'll show you how you can download some of my scans. But remember, you should do you should, if you haven't done it already, you should do the videos, right? Look at the videos, 12 short video, excuse me, the 12 short videos. And remember, when you download it, when you signed up, hopefully you filled out really with the HTML charts. Okay. And that's what I'm using. Interesting. Maybe I haven't noticed. Oh, okay. If you used to be a subscriber, then but it's probably don't have to do that right now, but I would definitely do it again just to brush up. So does that mean you know how to do this? So you click on my homepage link and you go to my scans. And when you see these links, you know how to open them and then get them onto your screen. Do you know how to do that? Whatever. Okay. Well, I'll go over that once you've downloaded it. Okay. Just let me know. Now, hopefully you filled out the exchange agreements. Okay. That's something that people, they seem to miss. They think they have filled out the exchange agreements correctly. Basically, it's asking you if you're a professional trader. The reason we have to do that, we're audited by the exchanges. If you're a professional trader, then you have to pay for the data. Obviously, if you're not, we're including the data in the subscription. I would say that 99% of our customers, even more maybe, are not professional traders, but you've got to do it. Otherwise, we can't give you the data. You just have to say, no, you're not a professional trader. Yeah, I see Stratasys just popped. Yes, it came in that scan. Too quickly though for me, too quickly. But where could it go? I shouldn't say too quickly because the next high is 1209. That's on the weekly chart. See if it bases a little bit here. Is there any news on this one? Well, this was news this morning. I mean, Stratasys enables Subaru to cut tooling development time, etc., by more than 50%. But that was news in the pre-market. I don't recall seeing this at all. Okay, so now, so you click on my homepage link. You see where it is? Right above you here. Can you see where it is? Just click on the homepage link. Make sure you get the screen. It's here. It's here again. I just put it underneath in case you can't find it above you. That's my homepage, not the Trade Ideas homepage. Okay, this is my homepage link. That's why it says Barry's homepage. Okay, so now scroll down until you see the scans. View scans. Click on the view scans. So here they are. So for instance, you mentioned momentum, Momo. You mentioned that one. Now this is what I'm going to do right here is the same for every one of these. Okay, same principle. So you would click on open scan. When you do that, depending on your browser settings, it may overwrite this browser tab or it might create a new tab, but you'll see it. So if I click on open scan, see how it overwrote that, and there it is right here. There's the link right there. So I go right to the left, right to the right of it, left click down on my mouse and then drag it. So I copy it. So it's all highlighted. Now I copy it. Once it's all highlighted, I copy it, Control C. So now the link is copied. Basically what you've done is it's into a cloud somewhere, okay? And then you go up to the toolbar, you click on File, Load from Cloud. And if you've done it correctly, you will see the string right here in that box. See how this ends in 31E, this ends in 31E. If you've done it correctly, now I'll do it again if it went too fast. Just let me know, okay? Because there could be people out there that don't quite understand how to take my link and get it onto their monitor. And then, okay, once you've done that, then you just load it. Click on load, and then it should show up on your monitor somewhere. Let me know if that happened. Okay. What I always do, I always say, now it's on your monitor, but it's not in your cloud yet. So I would right click and then save or share to cloud. So right click on the body, save or share to cloud, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. If you accidentally, close it down, exit it out, it's in your cloud. Not yet. So remember, save everything to the cloud. So you could take other scans from my homepage, add them if you want. And so they'll be dotted around on your monitor. And then the other thing then to do is start to arrange them. Now, so you don't have to do this every day. If you wanted my momentum scan every single day, you don't have to don't go through that exercise every day. You should create a layout with the time frame, with the charts that you want, in terms of the time frame that you want. And maybe, if you had trade ideas before, then you can create your own scans. And so once you've created your time frames, your charts, the ones you want, and maybe if you keep this one and maybe you create a few other scans, then you make sure you file, save or share to cloud, and you see where it says entire layout. Click on that and give it a name. It could be Brian's layout. Well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You just click on my homepage link. I've got 2 races that I'm currently oops, sorry, not that. You click on my homepage link. So these are what I'm sharing. So I'm sharing 2 races. This race here that you can see, I have another race right here. This is a more volatile race, but it's the same principle. Just click on the open scan. Okay. There it is up here. There's the link up here. Highlight it. Control C to copy it. Then file, load from cloud. So just the same steps. There it is. Box filled in, load it. And there it is. Okay. Now, when you load anything if you load, you're not going to see all this that happened before. You'll start to see the races from 1:57 Eastern time. Okay. These are, I loaded this at 9:30. So that's why you're not going to see everything that happened before 1:57 Eastern time. But it's the same principle. Everything, all those links, exactly the same principle. Click on the link. You'll see the link up there. Highlight it, copy it, go to the up here, file, load from cloud. It'll load onto your screen. This is the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. If you wanted that one, it's right here. Same principle. Every single link I've got here, same principle. Click, highlight, copy, file, load from cloud. Majestic, Mr. Majestic or Tank. How are you? Long time no see. Must have time is it now? Your time. I don't even know what time frame you're in or time zone you're in. Eastern. Okay, so it is 1:58. Okay. You're not trading stocks that much anymore, are you? You're trading futures or yeah, options, the Qs, the spies, and QES, yeah. Boy, look at the galaxy now, guys. I mean, look at the galaxy. I think this was a wild. I don't think this was real. This bottoming. I don't think that was real. And over and over and over again. Look at that. As Steve pointed out to me, this is to do with data centers. Okay, data centers. So obviously pretty hot. Yeah, and mostly very, for the most part, independent of what the market's doing, which is the nice thing. You don't have to rely totally on the market. So, William, am I right? I mean, I think this is what it used to be. I mean, the question was from our YouTube room: what makes a stock shortable? At a broker. I mean, I used to think that okay, well, obviously things like Microsoft and Amazon and all the major stocks, they're within Interactive Brokers, they'll have a lot of customers who own the stock, so therefore they can lend it out as shorts. But I'm a little surprised, with say Stub, 172 million in the float. Right now, Stub is not available unless they all got snapped up. Or yeah, they have to have but I'm surprised. Well, again, maybe not a lot of people at Interactive Brokers bought Stub. So and are holding from before, or they get it from a middleman. Yeah. You mean the big are you oh, I see what you mean. Okay, that's what you meant. So IB might have said if somebody came along and said, "You know what? We want 100,000 shares of Stub in our inventory to short. Here you go." And they borrow all their inventory. Interesting. But earlier with the StubHub, I mean, you just got to think that eventually it's going to run out of steam, right? And when did that happen? It got up to 1665, and before it had any sort of a pop, it got down to 50, like a dollar 50, just almost straight down. Even if you'd waited here for the little sell flag, 16 down to 15. But again, for me, it was a moot point. I did not have shares available. This was the one I took yesterday, the TTI. Yeah, this was the all-time high. The one that was an all-time high. It's another all-time high, of course. Didn't see this show up on the scan today. Probably because the relative volume is a little bit light. You're not talking to me, of course, William. MLEC had shares. Yeah, none at Interactive Brokers. Oh, you were? Okay. None at Interactive Brokers. No, none. I mean, after the fact, it looks obvious. Short it right up here and it makes $6. Okay, guys, it's 2:05. So William is going to keep the room open till 3:45, he says. So if there are no more questions, I'm going to start to pack it in. Are you kidding? You started shorting at 8, and then you shorted at $3 above. Wow. Obviously, meeting your criteria. Wow. And that before it turned in your favor, so you were shorting here and then here, and then it got up to 13, and you weren't gagging yet. Appreciate that, Faith. Yeah, so I mean, that was your idea, starting really small, adding, adding, adding. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but in this case, the way you add and start off small works for you. Where could it have gone? It's the next highs were about 14. Looked like there was pretty decent resistance around 14. Okay, guys, so I'm going to take off now. So I'll leave the screen up and running. Okay, I'll leave the screen up and running. So you have, compare count window to look at, and then you'll have the race to look at. What I might do is just put this race here. It's not going to look as dynamic as the other one. Maybe I better not because it's not, this one will always be full of stock. This is the top list that's here. Only one like I is in there now. That's it. Okay, so I'll wrap this up now. Before I do go, though, I want to put my homepage link in the YouTube room. So you guys who are in YouTube can head over to the main room if you want to. If you know how to do that now, okay, just click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, and on the right-hand side, you'll see something called Trading Room. That'll get you into the trading room. So thanks for all the help all day long, as always. We'll open the main room at 6:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'll open YouTube around 8:30. Get on the mic, both rooms at around 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to mute myself now, and I have to stop YouTube.